the land that it's on, and that citizens, the intentional community group, actually partners with the developer to create a community, a neighbourhood that they want to live in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just who says yay and who says nay in that situation?
In terms of what?
Well, a citizen group gets together and says, we want you to build a house that looks like this, and the guy said, no, I'm not going to build a house that looks like that, I want a house that looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
You run into pardon?
I guess you negotiate with them.
But if someone owns a property, do they have to negotiate with the citizen group, do they?
If they own the land, you're talking about?
Well, if someone owns the property, that's their property, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite fundamental to our society, the way our society works.
If the council owned the land,
pardon?
Let's say if the council owned the land, and then the community group, along with the open-minded developer, wants to create a community, then hopefully they would be supportive of this kind of development.
How much residential land do the council own?
I don't know.
Okay, so that's, I think that's exhausted that. Can I just, before we just go to Councillor Southgate, have you visited the co-housing in Auckland?
I have a picture of it. I haven't visited yet. I'm going to visit it. No.
Okay.
And there's one in Dunedin as well.
And do you know who owns the land there?
They do themselves.
They own.
So they're a different
purchased the land.
Yeah.
They've
purchased it and they've co-designed their own.
Yes. Okay. So they're the landowner. They make those decisions, right? Councillor Southgate.
Good morning. My question was along the same lines around understanding the concept of getting communities, developers, planners and all of that kind of thing in the process together, and I think that's fantastic. It was just what's the process around that? If you maybe there are different solutions for infill versus or established areas versus complete greenfields where you've got a landowner who has rights over his land, a developer who's working to to make some money as well and create something that he or she can sell. I just wonder, how would you see council playing a role in that? But you basically said you're going to have to think about that some more, about the process. Yeah, okay. And the second question is, within this special housing area policy that we're creating, do you think one of the solutions would be for council to actively look for people who would be willing partners in this new model?
Yes.
So that's the intention of you submitting today, to say, well, within this framework, council could seek out different types of development that had as many of these factors involved as
possible. Yeah, and just be open to citizen-led developments and planners, that citizens, that you do have a group of citizens who are very interested in being involved in the development of their own communities and their neighbourhoods.
So you'll be familiar with the development in Jebson Place in Hillcrest, that housing. As well.
Okay, so no explanation of it.
No, I just wondered because I wondered what your perspective on that was, whether that's the kind of project that council could be supportive of within a special housing policy. Talk to you offline about that.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Look, thank you very much, Linda. It was a very interesting submission. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, next submitter is Samantha Rose from Sharma. Where are you? There you are. Good morning. Now, Samantha's representing an organisation, so she's got 10 minutes to speak. So, Sam, the bell will go at 9.
Yeah.
And you've got a presentation, is that right?
Yeah, it should be loaded up.
We'll get you plugged in there. Yeah. And this is submission number 14, committee members.
Oh, hello. Yes. I'll pull forward, yeah. It's fine. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. And giving me a chance to share with you some really exciting and wonderful ideas around housing. I really love living in Hamilton, and I would love to help put Hamilton on the map to be known as the city of compassion and the city of sustainable human habitats. And I believe a good starting point is how we go about doing housing and neighborhood development. I feel well qualified to speak with you today about this. I work for Sharma as the community development worker and facilitate community-led development. In my profession, I use principles and practices of regenerative development, permaculture, sustainable development. My bachelor's is in anthropology and sociology, and I have a master's in development management. I worked with Habitat for Humanity for 4 years, building houses with families and with communities for 4 years, and I even built my own house myself with my own hands. For 2 decades, I've been researching alternative housing, and I have visited a number of intentional and sustainable communities in many different countries. So you might have heard a few themes that you'll hear in my submission today as well, because as part of my work at Shama and as a migrant myself, I really wanted to raise awareness within the migrant and ethnic communities, as well as the broader community of Hamilton, that there is a chance to participate in having a say about housing. And I thought to also raise awareness to people of what is the current situation and what are possibilities. So I organized for Robin of Earth Song from Auckland to come down and present about what she has done and how their community led their own development. And that got about almost 70 people came to that, and she ran a workshop with the nitty-gritties. And out of that, a bunch of people became very interested in the possibility that they could be more involved in co-creating community here in Hamilton. And so as such, we've decided to meet about it twice. We've met once already, and it really is open to anybody. I would really love to bring this, as far as possible. Anybody is welcome to come to these meetings. And the meetings are just focused on us as co-designers, intentional community. What does that mean? What does that look like? There's no one form that we're, the co-housing is something that Robin talked about, so many people are interested in that. And in my role as Shama, I'm as well reaching out to ethnic and migrant communities to let them know also they have a voice around housing, and what are the things from their culture or from what their wants and needs are as new members of this community in order that they get housing as well that meets their needs. So it's an ongoing process, and housing is just one of the many things that I'm doing in my role. So I wish I could say it was something that I had more time to put into, but I've got a lot of other projects. So, but I have something to say about that at the end of my presentation. I did make a PowerPoint, so it is up there, but you also have handouts, which I hope if you've gotten now, so you can follow along. My main premise is that beyond housing, we need to look at intentional and sustainable neighborhoods, and really the crux of it is that we need to be principle and ethic driven in our development. We need to have people care, fair share, and earth care be at the forefront of our housing and our community's development. So under people care, we have, can you go to the next slide, please? Under people care, we've got housing as if people mattered. That's my little sub-phrase. So housing which is built for people's social needs. So we have, is it here? Oh, sorry, I thought it was master controlled. Right design mitigates social problems like depression and crime. So architecture and the way things are laid out could either add to isolation or counteract it. We need an in-depth and broad consultation with community, including migrants and ethnic, but also other people, about their needs and vision around housing and neighborhoods. And we also need an investigation into international and national best practices. Similar to what I read about what happened with Founders, I thought, oh, that's great. It's already something that Council knows about doing. It just we need to apply it to housing. Looking at community as co-designers and co-developers, not only just to be consulted, and that we need to look at who are the major role players in informing bodies and housing development, and it needs to include people who are also understanding social systems. So community-led development specialists, anthropologists and sociologists, permaculture experts who look at things like physical with people and how that all plays out on a piece of land. Then we have fair share, which is the issue of affordability, and what do we do about making sure that everybody does have access. So under fair share, we need to consider community land trusts. You've heard that mentioned. I have a slide on how that works, those details, as a 10-year model for affordability. housing to be looked at as a community resource or a community asset, not just as a personal commodity. And that affordability comes also from house design and in terms of long-term affordability. So it might cost initially, even it could cost a little bit more in the initial design, but over the long haul, in terms of the way things have been designed for the house, there would be savings in electricity and water and energy. I've mentioned there about capturing passive sun to warm the house, using solar hot water heaters and solar lighting, looking at even shared biogas digester systems. Fantastic things being done internationally with biogas digesters to generate gas for heating and cooking, and looking at land for food gardens, so accessible and affordable food, and fruit trees, which are also carbon sequestering. So we've got a mitigating climate change there. And looking at also financial policies to see where policy and legislation can be changed to accommodate better lending. We take away opportunities for speculative house investing. We look at taxing income earned from housing. We develop alternatives for people to earn a passive income from where they are, which would be looking at that economic activity that could happen in a housing area, and engaging with financial lenders to broaden the scope of lending criteria. And then we get Earth Care, which is your environmental sustainability. So we broaden the set of criteria and principles for housing design, which is including the regenerative development, permaculture principles and design. In your handouts, I've got a handout of how permaculture principles apply to community development and sustainable development goals. Those are the SDGs, which you can find on the web easily. To look at houses built out of natural materials, to look at neighborhoods designed with foods, gardens, trees, biodiversity, looking at zoning. So we re-look at how we do our zoning to accommodate multifunctionality in place. And I've got an interesting model regarding rezoning of agricultural land that comes later in the presentation that accommodates clusters of ecological agricultural homesteads. The model is the Ecological Land Cooperative. And we look at zoning to allow for light economic activity and food production. So I'm not going to go too much into this particular slide, but just to say that on the top are the positive inputs that go into conventional housing as we know it. That's a conventional neighborhood. And there's actually a lot of negative outcomes or inputs and outputs if you really break it down and you follow it in terms of, okay, what's going in? We've got a lot of energy-intensive building materials, quite often very bad quality design. I lived in a house like that for a year, and it was very uncomfortable. So those are the negative inputs that go into that kind of a design, and of course then you get loneliness and isolation and indebtedness if people are owning an expensive house, cold and damp, etc. And then on the next slide, when we look at intentional housing and neighborhood that's built with the intention, with Earth Care, People Care, and Fair Share, we have a lot of positive inputs and outputs, and not as many negative inputs and outputs. But as I say, I don't want to go into too much these particular slides now. So because I've been talking with people, as my role is community-led development, these are some of the things after a workshop that we did, and we asked people to give all the reasons why. Some of the top responses were social cohesion, sense of belonging, and all those great social things that we get from connecting with each other, affordability, ability to grow and share food, and then sustainable and ecological design. So I'm going to go through a little bit quicker because I do have, and then I got some things from the ethnic women at Shama, and again, the same things were reiterated by those new migrants. So some of the design solutions, you've heard a lot of these already. So this is a co-housing community with pocket neighborhoods. So you can see a pocket neighborhood is a smaller group, and then the co-housing has a common house and parking on the outside. You've heard about pocket neighborhoods, so given time, I won't go into them, but there's a lot of positive benefits. The main thing being that it is developer-driven, and then you have co-housing, which is more the citizens themselves who will be living there that drives the development of that community. And then that's what Earthsong looks like. I hope you get a chance to go up and visit. And then this Ecological Land Cooperative, which is transforming agricultural land into more useful ecological agriculture. And then I just had the CLT. So let me just go quickly into what that is in case you haven't got an idea of how that works, which is a nonprofit organization owns the land as a public good, and then the buildings are owned by either organizations, businesses, or individuals. And there's a little bit more, again, this is in your handout so you can read it more in depth.
Sorry, we will run
Yep.
out of time for questions, so
Yep.
the 10-minute bell has gone, so
Okay.
we will need to stop you there.
Okay.
Look, I can just allow one, actually probably two questions, so Councillor Mallett, one question.
Thank you, Samantha. Hey, what's stopping all this stuff from happening now?
I don't think anything's stopping it. I think actually we do need to look at zoning. Like, for instance, that ecological land cooperative, I do believe that the agricultural zoning at the moment is prohibited, because I know with that ecological land cooperative, they had to work with the local council to talk about how that rezoning is going to work so that more households could be on a piece of land that was originally zoned for one house. So there could be some zoning things.
So,
but-
sorry, so
Yep.
zoning aside,
Yep.
people can do that now, but they have for some reason chosen not to.
Well, I think the other thing is that it's been a very developer-led process, and the developers have a very limited scope of what they consider when they are building houses, as I mentioned, around the sociological factors. So I do believe also that price of land is the prohibitive factor. So it's not that anything's stopping. Well, I guess affordability would be the thing stopping. So that's where the Community Land Trust comes in terms of opening up those doors to people that do want to do it. Yeah, and just lack of knowledge of what exactly exists alternatively and raising awareness of what is possible. And then when people come to say, well, for instance, on Earth Song, they have 38 houses on what was in the traditional neighborhood 16. So the zoning would need to be looked at, because I do believe that those could be constraints when a community does want to come in and do. Also, biogas digester, would you allow such a thing? I don't know. It's one of those things that when we have a proposal and we say, we want to do, have composting toilets or biogas digesters, and you say, wow, gosh, okay, we need to look at the zoning to see if that would, accommodate, or we need to change the zoning.
Or look at our own existing infrastructure, whether or not we can have the capacity for that. Yeah.
That's right, yeah. So some, as we start to go into these, we'll find where there are blockages. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Henry, did you still want your question? No. Okay, thank you very much for your submission.
Great.
And we do
Thank
have
you.
your handout, so that's great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to stop for morning tea now, and we will come back at... No, he's just pulled out. Yeah, we'll come back at 11:10. Right, we go? Yep. Tony. Morning. Right, good morning. We'll get cracking again. Okay, so we're on to Tony McLaughlin from Foster Development Limited. Foster Develop Limited, I've got. 11:35 I've got her on for. Yep. Yep. Good morning, Tony. Well,
morning.
Welcome. You're familiar with our process. Committee members, this is submission number 22. And so, Tony, we have 10 minutes for you to speak. When the bell dings at 9, you've got to wind up quickly, and then we'll go to questions.
That's fine. Good morning all. My name's Tony McLaughlin. I'm the Development Manager for Foster Develop. You've all obviously got a copy of our submission, which we've kept pretty brief. And in terms of just my verbal submission, I think we'll just jump through to sections 3.3 to 3.9, which is really the key points that we'd sort of like to raise on the policy, and then leave the balance of time for questions if there are any. So, paragraph 16 of the policy implies that developers will not be able to actively seek the establishment of special housing areas, but that the council will call for proposals from time to time at their discretion. Foster Develop would like the ability to be proactive and submit a proposal for the establishment of a special housing area at any given time. The proposed approach would be quite restrictive in terms of allowing developers to respond to the market demands in a timely manner, we believe. 3.4, the policy should recognise that some industrial land is suitable for special housing areas, particularly where it adjoins existing residential activity. The appropriate reverse sensitivity controls are already in place. Industrial land adjoining residential is generally compromised by amenity protection setbacks, landscape buffers, noise and other reverse sensitivity controls. The policy should recognise that some industrial land is suitable for special housing areas, particularly those sites where industrial development is constrained in some way due to poor access or access that requires prohibitive cost upgrades. And the picture I've handed out is an example of a site that Foster Develop owns on Quinton Drive, which adjoins the residential land in Gilbass. So it's just a good example of one which that could apply to. The policy should also recognise that some industrial and business-owned land is suitable for special housing areas where located in close proximity to significant social infrastructure such as healthcare and or educational facilities, close to the CBD, and in parts of the city where the availability of residential sections is limited or in short supply. The policy should encourage the use of lower order business land, such as business 6 zone land, for special housing areas, particularly where there is existing mixed-use development and in certain locations where business activities are no longer viable or supported by the catchment. And the policy should encourage the unlocking and conversion of land holdings that can be utilised for residential in the short term, thus unlocking the supply side over the next 1 to 5 years, which is where most of the pressure will come in terms of supply, given that the infrastructure for Peacock and Rotokauri is unlikely to be in place before then. And then 3.9, the requirement for a certain portion of qualifying developments to comprise small subdivision allotment and or dwellings to deliver more affordable housing is not supported by Foster Develop. We believe the primary purpose of the special housing areas should be to increase supply, not the provision of housing at a particular price point. The market will dictate this, and it is through increased supply that house prices will be moderated, not by policy criteria that limits lot sizes and or only provides for certain types of housing. It is considered that affordability criteria in A6, A to C should be removed from the policy, therefore. So those are the key points that we sort of took from the policy, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on those from the councillors.
Great, thank you, Tony. Councillor McPherson.
Tony, thanks for that. One of your last points talking about Foster doesn't think that there should be a minimum proportion of smaller sections and that the affordability would be looked after just by the general supply amount. Hasn't recent history shown that no matter what the supply level's been, the prices have gone up? It's only a question of how fast they've gone up. So you're talking about moderating was the word you used.
Yeah, I think we have struggled for supply. There's not actually a lot of sections in the market, and if you ask the average person, can you go out and buy a section? You can't probably, because most of the building companies have secured them from the developers in large chunks, sort of from 10 to 20 sections. They'll secure them from the developers versus an individual who wants to go and buy a section. I guess I've never owned a new house. Don't know if I ever will. So I'm not sure it's also realistic for first home buyers and that sort of thing to be buying new houses. It's called a property ladder for a reason. You get on it, you build up some equity, and then you move to a bigger and better house as you can afford it, sort of thing. So, and we're aware of some examples up in Auckland, I guess, where special housing areas have been around for a little while, where lots of silly games got played around building smaller sites or only consenting ones for less than 15 lots, so you didn't have to put in a smaller lot or a cheaper lot or something like that, or then even to the most extreme extent of a smaller, cheaper house being built and picked up and moved away after the first sale, and then a bigger house being put back there. I mean, lots of games can be played. I mean, we think that the key issue is around just supply and just improving supply through these special housing areas.
It's true that those games are being played, but isn't part of the government's stated intention with the housing accords and special housing areas to make housing, to increase the supply of affordable housing? Isn't that been part of their stated intention?
Definitely, and I think the smaller lots, particularly when you're doing it in brownfields areas, are the opportunity there. We're building smaller lots, Greenhill Park at the moment, down to 300 square metres, and that makes the overall package more affordable. It means people need to start thinking about moving to two-storey houses versus single-storey houses. But equally, and another example is in Tauranga, where they've moved down to 200 square metre lots, and they're selling them for 200,000 those lots, and they can still put a reasonable size house over 2 storeys on those. So it's that density, I think, that gets us the affordability versus.
But you don't think that should be a requirement on an individual special housing area? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
I think developers will generally head towards that density to get the economies and the efficiencies, and to hit a price point that people can afford. The prices where sections have got to in Rototuna, for example, are a pretty small part of the market. And if you're a developer, that's a pretty long game to be targeting $1 million houses, and to people who can afford $1 million houses. You really want to be targeting the middle of the market where most of the buyers are. They're not the first home buyers, but they're still the people who are in their second or third home who've built some equity up. And so developers are, they're driven by the economics generally, so they're going to target that versus having to have one-off houses or something that just are out of context with the development.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Angela.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Southgate.
I think in part you've answered my question, because I was interested in that request around size of houses, types of houses not being defined, and the affordability will define the supply. I guess my question was very similar to Dave's actually. How much do we know about what's going on that will give us comfort that first home purchasers, first home purchasers, thank you, will be able to do that? Because when this housing crisis came to a head in the media and everywhere else, that was the cry. It was that people cannot afford to enter the market. It wasn't that people like me couldn't afford the next step up in the house. It was that. And so now what we seem to be seeing in the real estate agents is a bit flattening off in terms of people staying put a bit more because they also can't go up. But so what do you know about how we're going to get those first home buyers into the market? Are you suggesting that if we pitch these new areas at middle income, then they'll liberate what they're currently in, and that's where the first home owners will end up going? So
in the development I'm working on at Greenhill Park, a lot of we've got smaller sections, and a lot of the people we're selling those houses to are people moving out of the larger houses in Rototuna because they're baby boomers and empty nesters and all those sort of things who no longer need that big house. And so it's freeing up those larger properties for families who are moving up the property ladder, as I say.
They're quite expensive, those larger houses, though, aren't they?
They are, but then as our, I guess, the number of people living in houses actually shrinks. So we shouldn't be building massive houses. There's actually a growing portion of the market that doesn't want a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, you know.
Yeah. And I'm glad you commented on those getting older, because I was going to say about that. Where's the supply for those people whose family have gone and everything, and they want to downscale from their 4 bedrooms to 2?
That's right. Yeah.
And how do we ensure? Because I think Dave was on point by saying the special housing area is expressly for a purpose. But you think that purpose will occur just through market mechanisms?
I think the primary purpose is to increase the supply is the thing that's going to solve the affordability issue first and foremost. Then the rest of it are nibbling around the edges of it. And if you make it too constrained or too cookie cutter approach to it, then we don't get the right outcomes, and you may dissuade people from going down that special housing area approach in terms of their land holdings. I might have to have
some more conversation with you about this, because I'm still struggling with some of the finer details around that. I mean, small lenders can come down and buy those houses. So sorry,
no discussion, questions?
No, yeah, I'm just saying, do you think that those properties will sell to Aucklanders rather than first home buyers in the Waikato, because they've got the money to come down from Auckland to purchase?
I think the land value ratio rules have sort of reduced the amount of investment that's been going from investors and buying houses and new houses and things like that. So, yeah, cool. But you do get a mixture.
Yeah. Right, Councillor Mallett.
Thank you.
Is it your contention that you talked about the housing ladder, that the folks who are moving to, the couples who have now got children will be moving, they will possibly be moving to Rototuna, they've got some money, they've got some equity, they've owned a house, a smaller house, an older house, those are the ones that will be released through this, because the supply up here is increasing, these guys will move into those, and those are the one, those their former houses will be the ones that will come onto the market as first home.
That's right.
Yeah, yep. So that'll be in our older suburbs, not en suites, all sorts of stuff that a lot of people look down at their nose at. But then, in actual fact, you look at it, most of us started off in those houses.
That's right. Yeah. So people move up the ladder and free up houses in other parts of the city.
So it's unlikely. Well, I don't know. I have no idea what the market will do, but it's not the whole reason for building special housing areas is not that those will be specifically the affordable houses. They release the tension at the other end of the market.
That's our view. It's just to increase the supply to allow more people on into the market. Yeah.
So that's the argument against saying you need to have in the special housing area. You need to have 20%. Low or affordable houses, quote unquote. In actual fact, the affordable houses are released down the other end of the market at the bottom of the property ladder, as you talk about.
It's very hard to build a new house that people can afford as a first-home buyer, without making lots of compromises around your design and your quality and things like that. So I don't know if that's a good long-term sustainable outcome for the city either by doing that.
Thank you. That's clarified that for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mallett. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a lovely intention. Just how much supply would we actually need to make houses come down in price if this was a pure supply mechanism? I mean, are we talking about a town the size of Morrinsville every week or what? Because we've got an enormous demand for housing from all areas, including our own. How much supply, I mean, you must have done the sums, how much supply would we need in Hamilton to actually start bringing house prices down? Or is,
No, we don't. We're a bit more reactive, I guess, than that in terms of trying to map out what the demand is, other than we know, obviously, Hamilton's growing at a rate. I mean, council staff are probably better informed and advised on that. We're more at the...
But you must have done some numbers on it, surely.
No, we're just basically responding to what we see the appetite in the market, and you can see that by the way that prices have increased, that demand is there,
right.
And the simple fact for us as developers is that Hamilton is growing, therefore it's a good place for us to be in business. It may not be
Sure.
a good place to be a developer if I was in another small town
Down south,
out
yeah,
of the
yeah.
Waikato or something like that, because
Totally.
we just don't have those I guess those demographic drivers driving growth in the Waikato. So
Because as a developer, you're charged with getting the highest price possible for your development. That's understandable, yeah?
financial outcomes are one of our outcomes, but I mean, we pride ourselves on good design and good outcomes in communities and things like that. So it's not just about the dollars and cents, but they need to stack up. That's right. Yeah.
So would you agree it's a pretty hard ask for a council to come and say to you, you must build properties at a certain price and not make a hell of a lot of money?
As I say, I mean, this is a policy that enables an opportunity, and so if the numbers didn't stack up, then we wouldn't take the opportunity. I guess we'd utilise the site or our capital for something else. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you were Minister for Housing Affordability, would you be saying the same as you're saying now as a developer, or?
Yes, because I believe that the fundamental issue is supply, and so there is a limited amount of supply out there to bring new sections into the market, and most of it to date has been greenfield. There's been, in recent years, there's been a lot more brownfields development because of the lack of greenfield supply and the growth of Hamilton. But it's a time-consuming, and it takes a long time to bring new greenfield sections into the market. So
the market's changing.
And the market changes, and then developers are also, we look to manage risks. That's one of the biggest things we look to manage, and therefore even if there's lots of demand, we're still not going to bring in heaps and heaps of sections, because that becomes a big risk for us as well. So developers like to spread their risk in that regard. So because the market is unfortunately quite cyclical.
And no one's saying you shouldn't do your job either. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Exactly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one question from me, Tony. You are saying to us that you're disagreeing with point 16 in our policy, which is we're saying we will go out from time to time rather than be open at any time for developers to come to us. So you're wanting to be able to come to us with an application at any time?
Yeah, so I mean, part of development is the land gets bought and sold, and so if we were confident about doing special housing area developments and we'd built up some expertise, we might have done it in another area and we might decide we want to come along and buy a piece of land that we think was suitable for that, and we'd want to be able to come to council and say, here's a good opportunity for a special housing area, versus council identifying pieces of land and going to those owners, and those owners may say, no, we're not interested, that's not what we do, development's a risky game, we don't want to be involved in that.
Or council saying twice a year will.
Yeah.
And I'm making the assumption that might be about us managing our resources. So at the moment, Tony, are you saying, is that Gilbass an example of you could actually start an application process with us today?
That's right, it could do, yep. And I mean, we parties involved with us through the district plan process and suggested that could be a residential site, but that wasn't taken up at the time, and appeal wasn't carried through the Environment Court. But I think it's a good example of a site that's industrial zoned, adjoins residential, and could well be utilised for. So
that was my follow-up question, was why haven't you just gone ahead and developed that? But you're saying that requires a plan change because it's industrial,
that's right.
Zone change, it's industrial
that's
land.
Right. Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's a good example. Thank you. There are no more questions, so thank you very much for taking the time for us today.
No problems. Thank you.
Right, we are on to submission number 28, and this is Dean Marshall and Lynn Hutchinson. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning.
You enjoying sitting there listening to us today?
Yes.
Good. All right, so they are private landowners. They've been given 10 minutes, submission number 28, so we're in your hands. Oh, you're speaking separately, aren't you? Are you, or together?
No,
you are
I'm
speaking
on behalf.
Okay, great. All right.
So, good morning, Madam Chair, councillors and staff members. My name is Lynn Hutchinson, and I represent myself and my husband Dean Hutchinson. We are private landowners. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. By way of introduction, we own and reside on a 4-hectare land holding at Hutchinson Road, Te Rapa North, with Fonterra Te Rapa site to the south of us and the Perry Group recent development adjacent to our northern boundary, all within the HCC catchment. We have lived on our property for over 30 years. Our land is in 3 titles and is currently zoned deferred industrial. The committee may refer to Appendix 1, Part A for details. In 2011, when we subdivided our 4 hectares, our additional titles were drawn up and approved under the RMA 1991, allowing for a housing site setback area on each additional title. These areas are located inside the Fonterra Te Rapa site noise emission boundary. For all the time we have resided here, there has been no problem with noise or any other issue from the Fonterra site. We plan to put forward an expression of interest for our land to be designated a special housing area, SHA, when council calls for these. We firmly believe our land is suitable as a special housing area, as it is mostly flat land of a sandy loam soil type, ideally located near employment, public transport, educational, recreational and community facilities. The committee may refer to Appendix 1, Part B for further details. Our land is adjacent to considerable infrastructure, as detailed in Appendix 1, Part C, and after some additional development, is potentially ready to go as a special housing area. Particular points we wish the committee to consider in regard to the special housing areas policy. We have read the 55 submissions on the draft policy, which are posted on the HCC website. We note several of the points we made in our submission have been strongly endorsed by other submitters, representing the development community. We support the purpose of the Housing Accord Special Housing Areas Act, the Act, to enhance housing affordability by facilitating an increase in land availability and housing supply in Hamilton. I would now like to emphasise what we believe are the key points of our submission. Point 1. The most important principle is that the Hamilton policy must be consistent with the Act, removing planning roadblocks and enabling a streamlined process which will allow Hamilton to fulfil the commitment to the Housing Accord and to bring the affordable housing crisis under control. The policy needs to be kept very straightforward and should not introduce rigid criteria or requirements beyond that defined in the Act. It is therefore important to ensure the policy remains a guidance document and that it does not misinterpret the requirements of or introduce requirements that are not in the Act. Point 2. We consider the draft policy in its present form is inconsistent with the purpose of the Act and other SHA policies. HCC should not reinvent a process, but rather should benefit from the experience of other councils which have successfully implemented an SHA policy and brought affordable housing to market. In our submission, we recommended Hamilton should adopt the Tauranga City Council Process Summary Flowchart. This is relatively straightforward and has allowed a number of SHAs to flourish in Tauranga. Point 3. We have significant concerns with the selection criteria for a special housing area which is being promoted in the draft policy. The selection criteria is biased and limited towards land already zoned residential, and elevates the zoning and rules in the Partially Operative District Plan, PODP. This approach does not create additional residential land and therefore does not meet the purpose of the Act. The draft policy's rigidity and overemphasis on the PODP risks undermining the Act and the Accord, thereby negating the opportunity to enhance housing affordability. The focus for council should be to encourage any landowners or developers through a straightforward process and a package of policy incentives to prepare their land and build houses more quickly than has been the case to date. Each SHA proposal should be evaluated on its own merits, the primary one being to fast-track the provision of affordable housing. The process outlined in the draft policy is not a fast track. Point 4. Unfortunately, the draft policy places an overemphasis on the PODP at the expense of achieving the outcomes being sought by the Act and the Accord. One of the reasons for enacting the Act and establishing SHAs is that the standard planning process has fallen short of enabling sufficient affordable housing. The policy must therefore be more enabling. Point 5. The proposed requirement at point 16 of the draft policy that developers will not be able to actively seek the establishment of SHAs, but that council will call for proposals from time to time, is not at all proactive and potentially quite restrictive. We agree with others in the development community that applications for a special housing area should be able to be made at any time by any member of the development community, including council itself. The policy needs to state that council will assess and process proposals received at any given time from landowners and developers seeking to establish an SHA. We feel the requirement to demonstrate compliance with the rules prior to being considered as an SHA reverses the proper order of things. A partnership between developers and council is needed, with council committing to a proposal early with few hurdles to encourage engagement with the sector. The detail of design of a development should be a matter for the assessment of the qualifying development after the land is designated a special housing area. Point 6. With regard to the draft policy emphasis on private housing providers and social housing providers, we firmly believe all members of the development community, landowners, developers, private housing providers and social housing providers should be treated equally. Point 7. We envisage the potential occupants of the affordable homes, which will be completed within an SHA, will include a number of sectors in our community, including first home buyers, social housing, retirees, public sector workers, refugees and new immigrants, making for diverse and interesting communities. Finally, point 8. We agree with the view expressed by Fonterra that the SHA policy should clearly identify community amenities that would be regarded as essential, desirable prerequisites for any SHA, and that the starting point should be that a proposed SHA is located within a 1 kilometre radius of an existing school, neighbourhood centre and public transport route. Our land holding at Te Rapa North would fulfil those prerequisites. In conclusion, thank you for your time today. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Lynn. We'll go straight to questions with Councillor Mallett.
Thank you, Lynn. Do you do the job?
My job is part of our land holding operation.
You don't want to apply for a job in the Hamilton City Council Planning Department, do you?
I'd be very happy to assist in any way I could.
Okay, just thought I'd put it out there.
Very happy.
Okay, your second to last point, and I'm sorry I didn't catch it all, was you talked about diversity somewhere along the line there.
Yes.
Would you just repeat that or just expand on what you mean by that?
So we envisage that an SHA will include a number of sectors in our community, such as first home buyers, social housing.
Oh, sorry, so you just, okay, so you're not requiring it to do that, you're just putting out there, there's no reason why everyone can't benefit from it.
Well, the thing
Sorry,
is...
I thought you were trying to put some conditions that you have to have a quota of so many people
not
who
at
are
all.
refugees, and I just turned off a bit.
No,
at
I
that
think
stage.
I believe that you have within the process of assessing the land and working with land holders, landowners, developers, is that you have an opportunity to look at what would be the best use of that land as a special housing area, and to introduce through the communication with those people the possibility of having more diversity.
Okay. And I'm not overly familiar with the Act. Does the Act target diversity, does it?
No, I don't think it does specifically.
So what's your rationale for targeting? I mean, I'm not particularly fussed on quotas and things like that. What's your rationale for bringing up the diversity thing?
I think, firstly, we picked up on quite a strong theme that came through from other submitters, that they were looking at communities. And I think that we've heard of examples where there have been, through the market and through the design of the homes, the ability for a number of different sectors to become owners, renters, etc.
Okay. So this was the people talking about different ownership structures and all that sort of stuff that we heard about before. Okay.
And there have been examples of this in, for example, the Tauranga situation.
Just one final question. Do you agree with the former submitter Tony McLaughlin when he talked about the that it's not specifically the purpose of a special housing area to provide itself the affordable houses, but it is a mechanism for triggering the movement on the property ladder, as we call it, from people in lower cost or affordable houses, quote unquote, moving into the special housing accord, and then it's just an increasing supply up there. People move out of a more affordable housing, and that is how people enter the most people enter the housing market. Some people have got zillions of dollars, but most people don't. The first homeowner typically is looking for the cheaper stuff, but that won't come, or is unlikely to come, from the housing in the special housing accord. It'll come from existing housing which is released onto the market as a consequence.
Well, I believe it could be a mixture of both.
Okay, I guess my point is more importantly, are you supportive of quotas or some degree the requirement that some amount of special housing accord houses be subject to a price bar or a condition
Price
of 20% has to be affordable housing, which as yet undefined?
I think that was in the draft policy, pardon me, but and so we didn't disagree with that. But we are very aware that there has to be a commercial aspect to this for the developers, and so a mixture of types of houses by size, affordability, should enable the
But should it be in the because when we set the policy, that becomes the rules in effect. Should it be a rule that you have to provide?
I tend to think not, because I'm rather averse to the policy being very prescriptive, and I think it is too prescriptive at the moment. So I think that there should be more of a focus back on the Act, which is not that prescriptive, as long as the outcome is achieved.
Okay, thank you. And my last one is, you did talk about the our POPDP, our Provisionally Operative District Plan, and you're concerned that some of the components of our SHA policy reflects that, which is really defeating the whole purpose, because the whole thing about the SHAs is to get away from that.
Exactly.
Because in these situations, the district plan has failed us.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Southgate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two short questions. I just actually got a little bit more confused and more clear on that last little bit of the conversation. First thing, what I heard you say on check is that the I see in the policy, paragraph 15C, the creation of SHAs that achieve the purpose and principle of the policy. What you're saying is reverse that round, so, yeah. So that the guiding principles of the Act are to be met. So I get that. And then I did put a big mark around your comment about agreeing with Fonterra and paragraph 7 and 8 of your submission. Just want to know, do you believe that the policy as drafted accounts for that enough? You're talking about that you envisage that the potential occupants will be diverse, that you'll create a diverse community, and that you'll also have a close connection to facilities and amenities, right? You're seeing that as being really important. Mm-hmm. So in terms of the way the Act is drafted, and I look under, the only way I can see that is under A6, and that pertains to affordability rather than outcome. There are some things around the size and so on, first home buyers, the rental market, social housing and other comments like that. Are you saying it would be better to express these as outcomes rather than to create rules to drive those? Or because I thought you were suggesting that, you know, it would be reasonable to require a mixed kind of development in a SHA?
I think I partly answered that in speaking to Councillor Mallett, in that we are not in favour of too much prescription in this. I think I could agree with you that as long as the outcomes were achieved through the collaboration and communication with the developers on any particular special housing area, then you don't need to prescribe that in the policy.
How would you ensure that it was provided, those outcomes were provided for?
Well, you're assessing each individual application.
Against principles or against objectives?
Firstly, against the Act.
But the Act is silent in terms of mixture of the type of community you might see. It's
well,
silent in terms of its placement to amenities and facilities, isn't it?
Okay, well, I would think that if you are aware, as the controlling body, of the various applications for special housing areas, you'd be able to ensure through not each individual one, but you've got a number of these going on, and you would have the overview of what is proposed in each qualifying development. So I think you'd be able to assess that as you went along, to say, well, we've got one suburb over that's providing this to meet the objectives, and that's not so it's not so able to provide another aspect, but now we've got another opportunity here, so we could focus a little bit more on this aspect. So I think you've got to have that flexibility. We don't want them all to look the same.
No, I agree. I'm just still, maybe we can have some conversation about that, how it will be provided in the actual policy to ensure you do get that spread of outcomes that I think your submission was saying you should, in 7 and 8, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henry.
Thank you so much for your submission. Look, I just want clarification in under 6. You said that we firmly believe all members of the development community should be treated equally. So I assume they are not treated equally. Or what do you,
well, there
what do you want
there was a point in the policy which I didn't feel was perhaps treating everybody equally, in that it did propose that social housing providers would not have to meet the minimum of 10 dwellings in a special housing area.
Okay.
So I guess that was the driver for that point.
Okay.
I don't believe that we should have different rules for different participants.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Lynn, for your submission. You Am I right in thinking one of your central points is that, or concerns, is that SHA applications outside residential areas require a heavier burden of evidence than residential, when they're in residential areas, is that right?
Yes, I think that would summarise it.
So, do you feel that your own section that you're keen to turn into housing, would that not meet the thresholds required, or is that your concern? Or
I just think that, I haven't looked at that specifically, but I think that it's important that you look at each piece of land on its merits and disregard what it currently is zoned. And I think Tony McLaughlin alluded to that himself regarding his piece of land in Gilbass. We're starting something new here, which is a great opportunity. And if there's an excellent piece of land, handy to amenities and facilities and schools and so on, why would you not look at it as a special housing area? Do not restrict the council on this, I think.
But if it's so close to amenities and it's got everything going for it, then what's the problem with providing a bit of evidence? It's obviously, it can't have too many problems.
Well, are we not trying to fast track things? Because at the moment, the reliance on providing evidence is a private plan change application, which might take 3 years.
Under 5, you've got the detail of a design of a development should be a matter for the assessment of the qualifying development after the land is designated as such. So are you saying that basically the guidelines, there should be no guidelines for design before? I mean, what's the threshold there? So there should be no controls over the design of the SHA and what it's going to look like?
I think it's important that you identify the land first, and then you may have the outcomes specified in your policy, but the diversity of the developments will come in from all of the different people that are involved in them. Again, I'm not in favour of something being prescribed that is restricting the initiative and imagination of the people who may wish to take this on.
Sure. But should there not be at least some oversight of what it's going to look like before it gets approved, before it gets designated?
Well, would that not be the assessment of the qualifying development? I mean, you've got the land designated, and so the people who own the land come forward with a proposition, and if the council people who are assessing this do not think that it looks like the sort of development they want in that area, then they'll say, you need to go away and rework this. I didn't think that was a very difficult thing to do, especially with the oversight that the assessment team will have on what is happening in other special housing areas around the city.
Okay.
The individual landowner will not have that oversight.
Thanks, Lynn.
All right, thank you. I just have one question. Lynn, why haven't you developed the land already? Is it because it's industrial zoned?
Exactly.
And what is it a question of cost, because you're still going to have under this policy as it is draft, you're still going to have to go through that process of rezoning it at your cost? The only thing that's changing is the timing of that?
Well, timing is very important, and you're probably aware that there's been major changes in that very niche little area of the city since the land came into the city in 2011.
Okay, yeah. But is the barrier the length of time it would take? Is that what you're telling me?
That's one aspect, but I think rather we have been watching with interest what is happening in our immediate area and looking to what might be the best use of that property that we have there. And when we became aware of the special housing areas coming, the accord being signed by Hamilton City, we could see that this would be a perfect area.
Yep, great. You've answered my question. Look, thank you very much for your submission today. Right, our next submitter is Nick Green, and Nick is from Habitat for Humanity. Where are you? There you are. Haven't seen you for a while.
Been a while.
Welcome. This is submission number 31, committee members, and Nick, you know the drill. The bell will go at 9 minutes, giving 1 minute wrap-up time, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor O'Leary and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today about something that we at Habitat hold very close to our hearts, that being the issue of affordable housing here in Hamilton City, where we've been active and involved for over 20 years. My name's Nick Green. I'm the General Manager of Habitat in the Central North Island, and I know many of you are aware of Habitat and have in fact been supporters of our work over many years, and we thank you for that. For those of you who don't know us, we've come a long way from our roots as solely an affordable home ownership entity, and we now have a range of activities including social rental properties, pensioner housing, a home repair program with the District Health Board, as well as our flagship home ownership entity. I welcome the opportunity to talk to any of you about this more if you'd like outside of this presentation. To start, I'd like to congratulate the Council on drafting and consulting on this very important area of policy. We do endorse the need for special housing areas in Hamilton to help address affordability by facilitating the increase of land and housing supply. We recognise the role of the private market and that increased supply will go a long way to easing some of the pain that is being felt by some of our more vulnerable citizens. We must also accept that as the United Nations has in its Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that housing is a right of our population. It is a role of Council to represent the best interests of Hamilton City, and access to affordable housing is one of the 10 priorities in the Hamilton Plan Vision Statement. I think current planning rules have very obviously limited the growth of affordable housing. Hamilton is not alone here. This was in fact a key finding of the Productivity Commission's report into housing affordability that clearly stated that there is no need for our houses to be this expensive. We can construct quality, affordable homes, but it will take councils and developers to work together so that sections can come to the market quickly and at a price that makes the building of homes affordable. It also went on to say that councils should ensure that they aren't putting up barriers to development and should take a less constrained approach to urban planning. We obviously endorse these findings. Perversely, it would seem that the planning restrictions currently in place have encouraged higher cost housing as developers are driven to produce properties with higher margins. Your consent data indicates that you are on target for housing number outcomes, but the mix is imbalanced and it does not contain many lower cost homes for families. Special housing areas need to be special. The current draft policy, as a reference to the partially operative district plan, is too restrictive and fails to allow us fast track. We also recognise and support individuals, including developers, and their right to make money, to do well. But we also think there's a responsibility to do good. Where the market is not doing so, then I think there's a role for council to place mechanisms in place to encourage such. Because of this, we strongly support the inclusion of affordability criteria within the special housing area policy. I was concerned by reference in the policy and its associated documents to relative affordability. There's a need to establish affordability in real terms, not to just make one part of the development slightly cheaper than the rest, but still remaining out of reach to all but the wealthy or heavily indebted. At Habitat, we work on affordability guidelines of 30% of gross income or house prices around 5 times the median household income. In both cases, Hamilton is already classed as being unaffordable. To put this in context, a family with 2 working adults doing 80 hours a week on minimum wage could only affordably afford to buy a home of $310,000. At present, in all of Hamilton City, there are only 9 such homes, less than $350,000 listed. For single income families, the situation is much worse. There is just no supply of lower cost houses, the flow-on effect being limited supply of affordable rental properties as well. As such, an affordability criteria in the policy needs to be addressed. Mandating 2-bedroom, 150 square metre houses is not a pathway to affordability. We believe the size should be further reduced, perhaps to 130 square metres, and the reference to the number of rooms removed. If we are to increase the supply of affordable, well-designed homes, then we need a range of properties suitable for a cross-section of the population at lower price points. At Habitat, we routinely build 4-bedroom, 110 square metre homes with no garages. These starter homes are well suited to families, and we have significant evidence of such. I would bet that most of us either owned or grew up in much smaller, more basic houses than the 200 square metre houses we're seeing being produced today. All of the spec builders have smaller homes on their books, but they tell us there's no demand. We would argue that those who want them can't afford them, and those who can afford them don't want them or want them in their neighbourhoods. Because of this, we believe special housing areas should also restrict the type of covenants that make smaller homes impossible to build in new subdivisions. It would be fair to say that most developers have a limited appetite to work with lower income families. That is not their role, and in fact there is an entire sector that is willing and prepared to do so. The development of the Hamilton Housing Plan by the sector, in consultation with Hamilton City Council, demonstrated this willingness. Unfortunately, at the time, the Council saw no connection between the private development sector, its planning processes and social housing providers. While access to affordable housing is listed as one of Hamilton City Council's priorities, there is no policy that I could find on how to approach such affordability. It is instead embedded in other documents such as the Growth Indicator Report. This report makes passing mention of a decrease in affordability, but that we are still better than other major North Island centres. Not a great claim to fame, I wouldn't say. I believe it is time to dust off the Hamilton Housing Plan, or an equivalent, and join up the dots. Within the draft policy, there is distinction made between pure developer-driven special housing areas and those involving a community housing provider. There is some argument that these are double standards, and this is probably true. However, Murray Sherwin, the chair of the Productivity Commission, said that the social housing sector will need considerable assistance if it is to scale up to the extent required, and to do so within a reasonable timeframe. Central government is doing work in this area, and it also falls on council to help. We endorse this distinction, but believe the threshold needs to be tweaked. If the intent of the policy is to create more affordable housing, then a threshold of a minimum of 50 sites for developers would encourage larger scale developments, while the 20% affordability requirement would deliver 10 affordable homes. Where the benefits of fast tracking are sufficiently attractive, then such numbers could be made to work. For smaller developments involving community housing providers whose sole purpose is to produce affordable homes, the removal of such limits is warranted. This also allows for smaller infill type developments to proceed on a case-by-case basis. Habitat currently has several sites within Hamilton City that, with a change of designation, could be redeveloped to provide 2 or 3 times the current number of homes they provide. Finally, there is a need to address the mechanism by which special housing areas are brought to Council and assessed. The draft policy suggests Council will call for applications but makes no commitment to the regularity or timeframe of such. We believe to be agile, there needs to be a more open avenue for social housing area opportunities to be raised and assessed at any time. The draft policy also front-loads all the proposal costs onto the developer and creates an extended and uncertain pathway to approval. A more balanced partnership approach, whereby Council commit early to a proposal and absorb its own costs and bring it to fruition at an early stage, would provide comfort. There is also a question of infrastructure costs, but I defer to the Property Council's submission given their much greater experience in this area, other than to say that Council does have access to funding that other parts of the sector do not, as the Peacocks development has made clear. Habitat for Humanity remains enthusiastic and ready to work with Council and the development community to create simple, decent housing to those in our community who fall outside of what the market alone can deliver. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nick. We'll go straight to questions. Councillor Southgate.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. There was a lot in there now, and I was trying to keep up with it actually, but there's some good points in here. So your view is that it's the right thing to do is to give some preference to sectors that deliver those social outcomes as it is, and so you haven't suggested any changes to the proposed policy, but you believe that a slightly favourable bent towards housing providers who can meet that low-cost social housing is appropriate, don't you?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Okay, and the other, so you're saying that it should be more specific about working with the social housing sector in its language,
yes,
in the policy? Earlier this morning, don't know how long you've been here, but we had a number of submitters talking about building quality, not just numbers of houses, and we've had some pictures of lovely subdivisions, and then we've had some pictures of the long grey roads. So what's your view on being experts at building these houses for new families? What's your view on the quality versus the number? In other words, how do we maintain family homes at a low cost that still provide a quality community feel about them?
So I think design is imperative. You know, we've come a long way from building, cookie cutter houses, and so houses that are well designed, that are warm and dry, that are cheap to run, that are cheap to live in, are part of what's needed for an affordable community. And we're very keen, and we do work with developers and architects to make sure that what we are building is well designed and is going to last for for many generations. But that doesn't mean that we need to enforce multiple hips and valleys on roof lines and put in extra cost purely for aesthetic purposes. We can be affordable, well designed as well.
Because a number of people talked about things like reserves and common spaces and private spaces and that kind of thing. So your view is that a good quality urban design approach would create those kind of factors for the community.
I think those guidelines need to be there, but they don't need to be overly prescriptive.
Okay, so if they were there as a set of guidelines to be considered, and on a case-by-case basis you look at the proposal, yes, that would be better from your point of view?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Angela. Thanks, Nick. We've had a number of submitters suggest that the affordable housing issue can basically be all sorted out as long as we just provide a lot more houses. What's your response to that?
I have not seen that happen. I think that yes, there is a supply-demand equation, but there are people in our society who, regardless of that supply, are still going to be alienated from being able to access affordable housing. So I think there needs to be some emphasis placed on affordability within a special housing area, otherwise what makes it special?
So the argument seems to run that first home buyers aren't going to be buying new houses anyway, no matter how small they are, and but they're going to be basically people are going to be moving up the ladder, ending up with a more expensive house and vacating the cheaper housing, which is where the first home buyers will go. What's your take on all that?
You do see some of that happening, but I also think we see people vacating their smaller houses, turning it into a rental property, charging quite high rents to finance that decision, and then moving into larger properties themselves and becoming landlords by accident.
So that in itself is not the answer, what they're suggesting?
No, I do not believe so.
So you believe there needs to be an affordability criteria, and in our case I think we've gone for 20% with 250 metres or less, I can't remember now. And you're saying there needs to be that lever, but we've got the numbers wrong. You're saying they should actually be smaller. Was it 130? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I think at the moment where it's got 150 square metres and 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, no bedroom, and you're saying no limit on bedrooms? No,
I think we should be able to build 100. We build 110 square metre 4-bedroom homes, so there's no reason why you can't do that and still make those homes that are perfectly suitable for families.
Thank you very much.
All right, we've still got a few minutes left. Councillor Bunting.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear your submission. It was great. Thank you. So Jeff's asked exactly the same questions, but smoother than I would have in supply and demand. Are you ready to partner up if things went the way that you'd like them to go? Is Habitat for Humanity ready to build enough houses if you were to pony up with the council? Absolutely.
I mean, we have a balance sheet that's reasonably lazy. We have appetite to do more, but at this point in time, there are restrictions that we haven't been able to get past. Rightio, cool.
Now you mentioned 4 bedrooms, no garage. Where do they park? What do they do? How do they get around that?
So we build carports.
Oh, okay. Right, so it's still off the road.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. No, that's all I need. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Could do bus stops outside the door, no need for cars maybe if they're in the right place.
There's your second bedroom, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, just put a shelter in it. Okay, thanks, Nick. Do you think that the whole of a special housing area should be affordable housing, or should there be a mix within each one? How would you see that? Because you've focused on the affordable part, but and the proposition and the plan in the policy, sorry, is for a portion of a special housing area. What's the right portion? All or something less?
No, we don't think it's all. I firmly believe in mixed tenure, mixed development communities. I think that when society and people get alongside one another and understand each other's differences, we operate better as a community. So there's no reason that we would want to see an entire subdivision being done in an affordable, restricted way. I think that also removes the financial viability of doing such. So, you know, like I said, we believe people should be able to do well, but we also think they should be able to do good.
And you talked about the restricted nature of our process, so only a handful of times we'd collect all of these applications and look at them. You're saying, no, if I'm hearing you right, correct me if I'm wrong, they should be spread through the year. You should be able to apply any time and have it accepted and adopted at any time.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
I think opportunities come along, and we need to be able to seize those opportunities as they emerge.
Yeah, I think the council might agree with that. You did mention that councils had access to funding for infrastructure that others didn't have, and I was wondering if you could tell me where that was. Because the Housing Infrastructure Fund is only for one place, Peacocks.
You all look behind your seats.
Somewhere is it under? See, I mean, is that the impression you have?
I think that the infrastructure fund is one such mechanism, and I think if we can pressure central government to make more of that kind of money available,
so
it's
you want to
channeled through.
Okay, I get the point. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Henry.
So much, Nick, for your presentation. That was great. Look, just one question. While you talk about partnering up with council, which is great, but how do you envisage that, the partnership? What do you see as a partnership with the council?
I think that initially I was part of the development of the Hamilton Housing Plan, which was supposed to bring together developers and the community and the council to talk about this very subject. You know, how do we make housing affordable? I think partnership starts there, and then when you get to the tangible part of the end of the spectrum, then you have planners and people who are specialists in this area. We're not specialists in the planning area, so I think it's making those resources available, but it's also making them available at a cost point that works. When we're trying to be affordable, really what we're doing is providing a subsidy between what the market's charging and what the cost actually is. So, you know, we need to make sure that what we're doing in that space does work for everybody.
So how happy are you about the partnership so far?
Look, I think that our relationship with the council has been pretty good, to be honest.
That's good
and I think the council has a great intent, as do the staff, and we have good working relationships with those people. And opportunities like this to get our different points of view across are an essential part of our democratic process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Nick. Good submission, thank you. Right, we're moving on to the submission from Perry Group, and this is submission number 35, and we've got Richard and, I'm sorry, Lale, that's right. So welcome, come forward. Submission number 35, now they've got 10 minutes, so the bell will ding at 9 and wrap it up and we'll go to questions.
We've just got a USB stick, we just plug it in here.
Yep.
So thanks very much for the opportunity to come along and speak today. We've only got 10 minutes, so we've tried to keep our presentation brief and within the 10 minutes. So we're assuming that our submission's been taken as read, and we're just going to quote a few stats back to you, but all those stats you would have read as well. So Lali's just going to talk about the process, the SHA process and private plan change process, and our interpretation of the SHA. And then just finally I'll speak about a development out north that Perry's have got, Te Awa Lakes, and how that may be able to assist the city within the SHA framework. So once we've got that presentation up, Lali will just talk about the SHA and how we interpret it. Plan B, we've got a handout.
Electronic doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's probably on recycled paper. I'm sure it's made on recycled paper. Must be.
All right, off you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as Richard has noted, what we've tried to do is you would have had a lot of submissions around the detail, a lot of technical analysis around what's being put forward, so we didn't want to go back through all of that. This was mainly just to keep it simple process of what we're trying to achieve. So we've seen the SHA, and largely focused around just the SHA process coupled with what we're currently undertaking for one of the developments, which is a private plan change. So that flowchart that you're looking at on page 1 there is what currently faces Perry's at the moment and looking at development opportunities. And on one particular development we're undertaking both processes as a choice to make sure that we actually get the project through. It would have been great to have been able to pick one and only spent the cost of one, but we've actually undertaken both of them to make sure that we cover both. Now, respecting the fact that the SHA is still working through a process at the moment, they still largely end up in a very similar position. In our view, they both end up in a position of maybe identifying areas where things can be undertaken, but then there's still the process of resource consent and there's still a process of building consent that follow those. So being able to shortcut the process, we're talking about a policy at the moment which we haven't started, and as you all largely know, it's almost taken, by December this year, it'll take a year to get to maybe a policy, maybe an agreement on scheduling land, and only then do we start our resource consent process. So would have thought as well, and we've talked to staff about this process, that again, lots of learning from previous councils, Tauranga being our nearest neighbour that have just undertaken this process as well, some good learnings that we thought had come through there. There's a lot of technical talk about that learning, but I think the overlay of it is that you do get to effectively a resource consent and a building consent position faster than a plan change by about 6 months to 12 months. But from then on, it's still largely the same process. So focus on getting the policy is one thing. What we're interested in as well is what will then happen to accelerate that process from resource consent to building. And there's a lot of cost in and around these processes before you even start getting to understanding the physical build of houses. So that's probably just the key point that we want to make around just that flowchart. We recently looked through the housing report that was put together. We've pulled some figures together and just highlighted in here, and Richard will jump in here as well. But understanding the need for the SHA, we sort of went backwards and had a look at the numbers that the region has with regard to what it's produced as a housing product itself, both in infill and in new. And I'll jump to the right-hand side because that's sort of the biggest picture first. Our understanding was that we've got a normal trend of housing numbers made up from that mix of both new and existing or refurbished of about 1,200 odd. To meet growth numbers, there was a forecast of about 20% of that needing to continue to meet the population growth numbers that were there. And that's moving just from the 161 to the 177, so 16,000 odd in about 5 years. So that 1,200 number seemed to fit quite well, but it doesn't include the halo effect out of Auckland, nor what we think is new growth in that process. So our simple understanding of it was, if we're currently sitting at a number of about 1,200 odd projected at the moment,
We believe that the SHA was a mechanism to be able to increase that number by circa 1,500 odd in the next year to maybe 3 years in that process. And in doing that, we'd be able to potentially help ease that tension of the ongoing requirement if we continue to trend through the current path. So that's all that's really just trying to indicate for us. If I put an analogy on it, from an investment and development perspective, basically we've tried to understand the symptoms of the illness. That's what we're drawing here, and now we're just trying to work on basically the right medicine around that SHA delivery solution. Anything else there, Richard?
Yeah, I think if we just look back through history too, I mean, we were down at 500 odd dwellings a year just after the GFC, and we've climbed back to 1,200, and we sort of assume that that run rate moving forward is probably going to fall short when you look at the MPS projection, population projection of, or dwelling requirement of 1,500 a year. And we're not sure whether the halo effect has been taken into account in those numbers, or also staying ahead of the growth. So our interpretation is that there is a need for more housing, and that's where our application comes from, with our private plan change and SHA application. And we can probably lead on to that, our development out north now, if you like.
Well, just to finish on that, Richard, that second to last green bar along the left-hand diagram there, just the average section price in the region. We talked about numbers previously, supply previously, so 2011 sections at sort of 225 odd thousand, basically doubling in price now. And that does have a lot to do with demand in the process, and also has to do with the commercialism that developers want to add, into the process and when they release them. So it's good being able to see the opportunity of other housing development areas coming into play, because it does need some competition.
Yeah, I think affordability goes right through the whole price range, and you're buying a house out Rototuna a couple of years ago for 850,000, and now they appear to be up over $1 million. And climbing, and I think a lot of that is to do with the section prices being 445,000 for a 700 square metre section. So I think land supply does have a pretty big effect on the affordability. So that's where we're coming in, I guess, with the Te Awa Lakes opportunity. So if you turn to that last page, we can provide between 1,000 and 2,000 new dwellings out at Horatū there. We've got the infrastructure in place, and I know that's a big problem for the city, providing the funding for infrastructure. So we've got a solution there. If there's not enough infrastructure, we've got a couple of options there to increase it. We're prepared to fund that. It's in our feasibility to do that. We're ready to go. We'd like to get started in October, to be honest, to meet the earthwork season. If we don't meet that, then we're waiting another year. So that sort of comes into the time frame slippage as well. All we need really is planning permission to get going. And it's also quite a unique opportunity, the development we're prepared to do out in Horatū there. It is the gateway to the city. We think it's quite a transformational development, and it's got some unique tourism enabling activity as well. We've just put together this last slide, which just shows where some of the land supply, the greenfield land supply, is coming from within the city. And I guess the question mark is, do we have the infrastructure in place for the likes of Rototuna and Peacocks? Although they have funding solved the Peacocks one, I guess it's just the time frame when that comes on stream. So we think Te Awa Lakes can help bridge a gap as well.
Okay, sorry, we've gone nearly to 11 minutes. I'm keeping a time here, so I think the bell's broken. It's not your fault. So I'm going to stop you there because we've got a list of questions from elected members, so we're going to crack on to that. So we do. Councillor Southgate.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I understood the point around areas outside of the proposed district plan. What I didn't understand is, or what I wasn't quite so clear on, is you were talking about from resource consent to building, speeding up that part of it. So there's the policy, and you want that to be more permissive and to incorporate some other things. I'll come back to that. But in terms of what are your suggestions to speed that next part of the process up from resource consent to the actual building?
So just on that, Councillor, would be more around group consenting on areas. So being able to put forward integrated development plans, which in some ways lots of developers don't like because it forces you into a time frame to develop the whole land. The intention of Perry's is to develop the whole land, which is why we can put forward a more integrated, more complete plan in place, and you then could put a group resource consent even with some staging in there through that process. Then you get to the building consenting side of things. Well, for most of that development, it's going to be standard foundations, standard wall construction, standard componentry construction. So the opportunity to put group consents around different typologies of building to accelerate that process, so that largely lots of that can be undertaken before you do get to basically ticking a box and agreeing with a group builder that instead of waiting the 20 days, the mandatory 20 days, which largely, we don't meet too often at times, but when it does get met, then they can start straight away. It would be nice to be able to start the day that you've signed and take another month out of the process.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense to me. Thank you. Just one other very quick question. You will have heard a lot of discussion since you arrived on the affordability factor and how this actually meets the intentions of the Act in terms of driving affordability. What's your view on that? You were quite quiet on that aspect. You just want to get on with it. I understand that. But how do we make sure that this policy frees up affordable elements of housing, not just new housing for those who can afford it, from the halo effect of Auckland or what have you?
I think to start with, we've got another development out beside the Ngauahia Golf Course, and we're released 40 lots there last year. So the average price there for the land and house package was around $435,000. So there are options to provide more affordable housing on cheaper land. And
in Hamilton?
Well, in Hamilton, well, I guess within this development we've got the bypass running right through it, so we've got room for more affordable housing on we call it Horatu West. So
I think the other piece to that, Councillor, is urbanisation requires that consideration of better design in this process. So it won't just be about supply to help that affordability piece as part of this overall development. And I think Nick Green made the point previously, is that when it's this big a development, the potential is to create a well-coordinated, integrated design concept with a mixture of product, and it doesn't become a $2 million suburb in that process.
So Hamilton keeping those outcomes in the policy would be reasonable.
And I think those outcomes have been sort of identified in the SHA previously. So, I mean, just a quick comment on that. I think sometimes when we've got a policy which crosses over basically the fundamentals in the district plan, you're always going to have that tension.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep, thank you. Sorry, we need to keep questions sharp, elected members. For timing reasons, Councillor Henry.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Look, just one quick question. I think maybe you've partially already answered that one because you've done quite a few developments. How can some 700 square metre land can double within a few years? It's still the same land, it's still the same size, it's still got the same grass on it, and it's still the same owner. What happened? Is it,
I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. I think out north, we're just prepared to run out of land. I've got family members who are builders out there, and I was sort of quite close to their situation, and 1 year they're paying sort of $325,000 for a section, and then a few months later it was $445,000, and they're being snapped up so quickly. I just think we probably need to stay ahead of the growth.
Demand.
Demand.
Growth and demand, yeah. And you just answered a mixture. You will have a mixture of housing out at the lakes as well. So there's different affordabilities there.
Yeah, I think with some medium density options as well, I think it's important we add amenity where you've got a lot of density, and that's something we're planning to do as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Laurie. Thanks, Richard, for your presentation. I guess if I get the gist out of the presentation, your concerns are that delivery is too slow. Yeah. Have you got some suggestions on how, I mean, obviously there's a need to mitigate the risks that HCC have in terms of our regulatory risk. And of course, there's also the risk of you guys moving too quickly and then having maybe a quality risk or a developer risk. Have you got some suggestions on how we might mitigate some of those risks? Because I guess all of us around the table are keen to move as quickly as possible, but we have to bear in mind that we've got a certain amount of regulatory rules that we have to make sure that we follow.
I think the council has some fantastic benefit, given it's probably the last of the authorities to pick up the SHA. So the opportunity to have picked up the benchmark learnings from the previous councils on exactly those concerns is all there. And both developer feedback and council feedback has actually been undertaken at those levels. So
do you think we've actually done that, or should we? Or could we do more in that regard to see what the other councils have done, what's been successful for them, what hasn't been, so we can pick up on the best of the best?
Yes, I believe that the opportunity to do that with council was still there, but with the ministry as well, given that they've seen all of them as well, councillor. So the ministry have got an ability to basically say, well, we've been through this several times with different councils, and these things work and these things don't. And that's probably the one piece I haven't seen too much of yet, is the government's feedback.
Okay, and just a very quick second question, having listened to Mrs. Hutchinson on her submission, and given that she's your next door neighbour, do you think that there's some advantage, given rolling out of infrastructure as far as council's concerned, that some sort of there'd be a joint advantage in you both pursuing opening up your sections at the same time, and perhaps jointly working together to allow for a lot more sections to come on at the same time, given the keenness of both parties?
Yeah, well, I guess there's several landowners on the other side there that we'd have to work with, but we're certainly open to working with other parties. Yeah, I guess there's some neighbours there as well we need to consider. So, yes, but yes, we're open to working with people on that side.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Just quickly following Rob's points, Richard or Lale, will this policy meet your needs for an October start, i.e. a speedy, and if not, what do you think specifically has to be done to change that?
Tough question. I'm sure that if the intent of the parties was to, and this is with council, with the staff, was to sit down and work out the exact concerns that they have, that we also have, and we could have a joint discussion around that in an open forum, we'd probably cut out largely 90% of those issues.
So it's not a policy issue, it may be a process issue.
It could be a process issue arising out of it. I mean, the hard thing always for the staff is that they're trying to defend and work with a district plan that they've put in place, of which the SHA cuts directly across. And so the concern with all councils is that the cutting across is truly a shortcut and not a new expressway. So That's the part that we're trying to understand. And given, again, to Councillor Pascoe's question, the fact that it's been through the process before and how some people have expedited this, I think it's Auranga in South Auckland, 21 or 22 day processing period for that SHA, in a collaborative approach with the council there, working through the policy in the same way. So I think the opportunity is definitely there to do it, and it's more about sitting down and working out how. We're going to come to some roadblocks, and that's why I'm avoiding the question of how do you fix it, because the issue is about how you're going to end up working with the team to do it.
So within the policy you can do that, and you're going to make an appointment after you're on your way out for to meet our planning staff, are you?
Yep.
To start it.
Yeah, and government also has that shortcut ability to go straight to the minister as well on the basis of reviewing it from there. So that's, but it'd be good to be able to do that with council, you know, to accelerate.
Thanks.
Great, thanks, Councillor. Look, thanks very much for coming to talk to us today. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Right, our last submission up before the lunch break is Thomas Gibbons from the Property Council. And this is submission number 42. Thomas is very familiar with our processes. The bell will ding at 9, indicating that you need to wrap it up, and then we'll move to questions. So we're in your hands. The bell has been fixed, yes. Great, thanks, Thomas.
Thank you for the opportunity to attend. I'm really sorry I'm last before lunch because that's the worst time to attend. But you will have heard some of the Property Council views before on these things. Hamilton is growing. The SHA is a great opportunity, and it's important to be enabling about how we get this policy to work. So in doing our more formal submission, we've gone through and essentially done both a big picture analysis of what we see is happening around the place and also a bit of a line-by-line analysis of how we think the policy could be improved. Again, a great opportunity to be enabling and constructive about it. I suppose one of the ways I'd describe it is as a piece of the jigsaw. The problem or the question in some ways is housing supply, housing affordability, and a number of things are happening on this front. The operative district plan, or partially operative district plan, allows for greater intensification, sets new baselines around what some of the rules are. We've got the NPS Urban floating through, RMA reform, the Housing Accord, the HIF Fund, and of course the SHA policy, part of that jigsaw. I think we all recognise Hamilton is growing. We do have a bit of a housing problem and a risk of further housing problems ahead. We do have an affordability problem and a risk of further affordability problems ahead. Change is happening, and that's again all been recognised through the HASHA Act and the Housing Accord. So the question in a lot of ways is not the problem, the question is the mechanism. And it's in many ways quite a technical one about how we create a policy that pushes the right levers and gets the right things happening. What we've really tried to address is the extent to which this policy is enabling rather than restrictive, the extent to which it opens up opportunities for further land development rather than closes them off, and the way the content of the policy is approached. Interesting to read through the feedback on the various submissions, and what I'd urge you to do is not approach it as a matter of yes, no, maybe in terms of answers, but it really is a matter of more detail around how we get the policy wording right. It's really more of a qualitative exercise than anything else. But yeah, our thoughts are all on paper. We're very keen on a very enabling policy. It's a very exciting time to be in Hamilton with so many things happening. And as I've commented before, we hear a fair bit about the challenges of growth, and it's about identifying the opportunities of growth as well and seeing them through. Probably don't need to say anything further.
Great, well then we'll get straight into questions, and so far there are none.
Everyone's hungry.
There literally are none of you. No.
Don't feel obliged.
Okay. Yes, no, go, Councillor.
When you came and spoke to us 2 or 3 weeks ago, you were talking about wanting a supremely cut down version, I think, or that would be the policy. Have you had any more thoughts on exactly what they would be?
I think that was... so we've gone through, as I said, line by line and tried to alter the content. Look, I would have hoped you'd appreciate at the time the degree of flippancy in saying have a one-line policy.
I was thinking a little more. One page?
But I think that the point is, the concern about the policy last time is it didn't read almost like a policy because of the amount of discretion. So it's about having those clear guidelines to people that they can understand and knowing that it's something that's really designed to open up this great opportunity through the Housing Accord rather than take it away or hide it or make it very difficult. So the more open and clear and positive and forward-looking it is, the better.
Thanks.
Councillor Southgate.
Thank you. Hello. Just in response to, I was looking through your very detailed submission and just wanted to ask you, since I've been fairly consistent asking all the other submitters around driving the intention of affordability. You don't comment on that specifically. You're looking at some enabling aspects, but have you got a point of view from the Property Council on how we ensure that this delivers the outcome of affordable housing as well as numbers of houses on the ground?
Sure. So, reluctant to go beyond the submission in terms of comment, but what I could say is there's been a range of views expressed to me in my role, not all member views, but a range of community views about how you measure and address affordability as a concept. One of the most glaring, I would think, is that 150 square metres is not necessarily a small house, and some people have fed back views around that. Appreciate you've got to have a cut-off somewhere, and probably the research has been done around that as a lever, but yeah, you could build smaller houses which are quite adequate and therefore affordable because they're not going to cost as much to build. That's a key lever. I think there's a range of factors to affordability, and again, there were suggestions at one stage, is there a manner of tagging affordability to a certain percentage of average house price? That would be another way to do it. I don't think necessarily there's a fixed answer to those, but it's certainly useful to consider and address the different ways in which we can encourage and enable and to some extent mandate affordability if we're going to have this process. So, for example, having a different threshold for size and, for example, approaching affordability in a quantitative sense rather than a size sense. Those are both mechanisms. Are they the right ones? Not sure. But those are some of the views that have been communicated. Okay,
so at least at a board objective level, it would be appropriate for Council to maintain a focus on affordability in their policy?
I think that's one of the key things that SHA is about, but it's also it's one part of the mix in terms of the policy.
Yeah, I know it is, but you didn't mention the affordability in your submission, so I took a chance to ask you.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's an important part of the mix.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Thomas. You've given us a few more minutes for lunch, so we're very appreciative.
Enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, members, we will come back at... we have had our submission number 44 withdrawn, but for good reason. They are meeting Minister Nick Smith today regarding special housing areas. So you should have that letter there on your desk. So we will come back at 2 p.m. is our next submission. No, they didn't. No, they're just not speaking. Yeah. Yes, 2 p.m. is our next submitter is due. All right, thank you very much. Welcome back, committee. Lindsay is up next, and his submission's number 26. And Lindsay, you're familiar with the process. The bell will ding at 9 minutes, indicating that you need to wrap up. Quorum's 3 anyway.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary, and thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak to my submission on the proposed Hamilton Housing Accord policy and its special housing areas. I wanted to make it clear that this is a personal submission. I didn't have time to run it past my own trust, but I am reasonably confident that most, if not all, of the trustees of the D.V. Bryant Trust would be in support of what I'm saying. When I wrote a paper for our board last year about our historic interest in housing, it went to 2.5 pages. And I just recall the Bryant Village for the Elderly out in St Andrews and Bryant Hall, and numerous other initiatives over the years that have indicated that we've had a concern about housing that goes back a long way in the 90+ years of the history of Bryant philanthropy. Look, I want to congratulate the planning staff and others who have developed this policy, the work they've done talking with other councils, and the work they have done liaising with stakeholders. I know Luke O'Dwyer came to one of our community funders meeting and spoke with us about some of the intentions behind the policy. So I see it as a start, and I want to congratulate them on that. I think trying to use some planning levers to encourage a greater supply of affordable housing has got to be commended. I'm not a developer, so I can't talk, but I'm sure you've had others that have talked to you about the economics of what's proposed in terms of a minimum of 10 housing units in any SHA, and then the fact that under the proposal 20% of those have to be of a size that hopefully then will make those more affordable. Look, it's a good start, but I have to say that's all it is. And if I'm really honest, I was a keynote speaker at the Community Waikato Conference yesterday, and I did describe it as underwhelming. So I've got to be honest and say that's where I'm coming from, that I think, Council, there's so much more we could and should be doing. And what I want to say to you is that I'm not expecting you to do it on your own. I'd like to think I'm a reasonable person, and I'd like to think I realise that there's incredible pressures on council budget. I read the Waikato Times. I know about some of the holes you're in. I know some of the challenges with some of the physical infrastructure that you have. But I'm equally concerned I went to hear Kelvin Eglinton, your growth manager, talk about, you know, the exciting things that are ahead, the cusp that Hamilton's on in terms of growth, and that is all good. But my argument and point would be that if we don't maintain the social infrastructure, then people aren't going to be so excited about living in Kirikiriroa. So I think that we need to do better than just this. We need to work on a plan. And I hope you will have seen in my submission that I appended, if you haven't already seen it, the report of the Mayor's Housing Task Force from Wellington. And I have to say, I think this is an impressive document. It's a document that's got vision, and their vision is unashamedly that all Wellingtonians will be housed. But more than a vision, it's actually got some substance in terms of strategy and then policy. And I would like to suggest to Council that you convene a meeting of interested parties, that together we create this vision, this plan, and then we try and do some things together, because we need to. From what I understand, Hamilton has the second highest number of people living in motels at the moment in this country, paid for, as you know, by the taxpayer, the Ministry of Social Development, and that my friend Peter Humphreys, the manager of our Hamilton Christian Night Shelter, said that as of the 31st of March this year, there were 219 people on the emergency priority waiting list for the Ministry of Social Development in terms of housing. Clearly, there are needs in our communities, and we need, I think, to be more ambitious than just playing with some planning levers. With the greatest respect to Luke and the others in the planning unit, I think we can and we must do better. So I'm asking or inviting Council to convene a meeting. I think one of the really exciting things about the mayoral task force in Hamilton, in Wellington, sorry, was that it was convened by the Deputy Mayor, and it brought together people as people like Ian Castles, the property developer, and Stephanie McIntyre from the Downtown Community Ministry. People that had an interest in the issue, had proven experience and knowledge, and they came together, and it sounds like over a matter of only about 4 meetings, they put together, obviously there was some pretty impressive work done in the background, this document. And I would like to challenge the Council that we do something similar, that you convene a meeting of interested parties, and I'm suggesting so it's local government, that it's central government representatives, that it's developers, that it's community people in our social housing provider network in Hamilton, the likes of Habitat for Humanity, the WISE Group, there's a number of the Runanga and others, and with philanthropy, because we've talked about this, and we've said that we realise that grants aren't going to cut it, and that we are prepared to leverage our balance sheets to try and do something. So I would like to encourage you, challenge you, to invite us all into the tent, where we can talk together and develop a plan. Because I think it's not enough just to say the problem's too big and the responsibility lies somewhere else, but let's together try and work on some achievable solutions. And I think it's going to require a number of different solutions. As this Wellington report says, housing is a complex issue, and there will be more than one solution needed. We need to be pulling on every lever and be brave enough to try new things. When I was at the opening of the Meteor the other Friday morning, and I was talking with Mayor Andrew, and I said that, look, you know, this was a wonderful partnership between central government, local government, and in that case, the One Victoria Trust. And things happened. I'm very aware that the council are looking to work with Momentum Waikato Community Foundation and the whole network of funders that sit behind them on the Waikato Regional Theatre. A couple of great examples of collaboration, where collaboration can make a difference and that we can do some things. So please do think very seriously about my invitation, my challenge, to invite us, those of us who are passionate about this issue. And I'm really grateful that I work for a trust that is not just interested in making grants and doing charity, but it is actually interested in doing social justice, making a difference. And so they are talking about freeing up my time to enable me to make a contribution like this. So I would like to join you and others that I know in our sector who are keen to work with you to create something bigger and bolder, that we can actually do something. I think in my submission I said, even if you put in just some of the money that's coming to you from the sale of the pensioner housing, we could leverage off that.
Okay.
And
time is up, and I've got a list of questions. Thanks, Lindsay. So, Councillor Henry, you're up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Lindsay, for your passionate talk. Look, just a couple of small questions, but do you feel that we actually, as a council, we do too much on our own instead of inviting other groups in to work with us? Is that...
I think perhaps sometimes you do, and I think sometimes there's an assumption that, you see, other people will do it. Oh, well, council will do it, or that central government will do it.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to say is, I think some of us realise you can't do it on your own.
Mm-hmm.
But some of us are very willing to work with you.
Mm. Yeah, and the other question, thank you, that's great. The other question is also, I mean, do you also, we had another submitter earlier on saying it seems like we try to reinvent the wheel while other councils have already done something, and we are trying to do our own, so we can say we have done it. But really, have you got that feeling too a little bit, because you come with the Wellington model?
Absolutely, and look, not just the Wellington model. I'm a bit familiar with some of the things that have been done in Christchurch, and the Christchurch City Council, you know, was the second largest property housing owner in the country behind Housing New Zealand Corporation, until they transferred their social housing to an independent charitable company, so that that company could get some of the income-related rent subsidies to make the social housing sustainable. You're right, I think we can learn from other places, Siggy. If I can be so bold, Councillor Henry, that, you know, that we can learn from other places. You're right. We don't have to reinvent the world, the wheel. I hope to be showing to our trust this afternoon at our board meeting a couple of videos from the United States of some really exciting, inventive models of social housing. Again, there's lots of jurisdictions that are struggling and challenged by these same issues. We can learn from them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thanks, Lindsay, for your presentation and all the work you do behind the scenes for the community. Despite your accurate presentation that there's a lot of things we can that we can do, council has a certain jurisdiction.
Yes.
And we are talking today about the special housing accords.
Yes. Yes.
So, what are your specific? What are your specific comments on that, which is aligned to our district plan?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my comments are that I think, well, as I said, I think that probably wiser heads that are involved, like developers and others, will tell you, and I'm sure they probably have, about, you know, the economics of whether what's proposed under the SHAs is doable for them. Because it's got to work for them, doesn't it? As well as for council, central government, and for the people that hopefully will benefit from the affordable houses. Look, I mean, when I read the policy, I thought there was some really good, you know, there were some good things in it. I think some of the criteria are clear. You know, I think people know what they would be letting themselves in for. But, you know, whether 10 is too small for some developers, you know, I can't really comment on that, but I you know, I like the idea of 20% of them having to be of a size that hopefully will encourage affordable housing, because they'll be cheaper, because they're on smaller sections and smaller dwellings.
Okay, so I guess my point is that you're dead right that there are some things that we can do, and we have the power to do, and we're legislatively required to do, and there's things we can help and set up conversations, but today we're doing that. But so that was the bit I was trying to get some feedback from.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, and as I say, you know, I think it's a good start.
If we get that lever right, hopefully it helps the other things too.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as I say, yeah.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Southgate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of short questions. Your preference is quite clear that you'd like us just to step back a bit and do a, you know, get a group together to design something that's fit for purpose, similar to the Wellington model, right? That's your number one preference. Similar, but fit for purpose for Hamilton.
Yes, that's right, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't want to prejudge things. I think we've got to look at what's required here and then think about what will work best.
Okay, and I noticed in the stuff that you did send from Wellington, on page 92 of that, vision and goals, the visioning set out on page 92, given that maybe council won't decide to support that group, but they'll try and pick up some of the better things that are going on, would you like to see those visions and goals captured in our policy?
Ideally, yes.
Ideally, and thank you. And the other area that you've picked up on a few times is about identifying, working closer with the incentives and barriers. Do you feel that we need to pay more attention to that in our policy? Is that
yes.
Okay, so you've already said that you support the smaller homes on smaller lots, but that you're not an expert in terms of actual size, but the intention is to make sure that the outcome of smaller, more affordable houses is in the mix, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
And one of the ways that you feel we might make progress there is if we sat down and had a meaningful conversation with MSD or the community housing sector.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing you talked about, or the Wellington thing talks about quite a lot, is design review and urban designing, urban planning, and quality houses.
Yes.
So you think it could be useful to council to take a step back and get some input from some urban design specialists in respect to these things?
I think so. And I know there are a number of architects around the country that are working really hard on good, sustainable social housing models in terms of building. And this is where I think we've got to be a little bit open to learning from best practice in other places.
Okay, thank you. So I've understood. If we don't get to the point where we step back and do this approach, we need to pick up those key points in landing. Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. G'day, Lindsay. Thanks for your
Mark.
presentation. Good to see you. Thank you. I'm looking at the Wellington model, which I thought was kind of cool, and boy, they got that turned around fast, didn't they? If we were to plop ourselves over that, and I'm looking at page 94, the little box models there, where, in your opinion, do you reckon Hamilton sits in the greatest area of need? You've got emergency housing, social housing, affordable housing, existing housing stock, and new housing supplies.
Yes, yeah.
So they've obviously put a lot of emphasis on the affordable housing.
Yeah, they have.
Because that's their need. Where do you think we sit?
Well, I think there's an argument that there's quite a need, Mark, across most of those parts of the continuum. I mean, I know through my work on the Hamilton Christian Night Shelter that one of the reasons why we're full at the moment most nights is that the guys, and this is talking about the men's shelter mainly, that the guys have got nowhere to go from the shelter. There's just there's very little emergency or social housing available. So they're staying in our shelter longer. And whilst it was only really intended to be, you know, a stopping off point where people caught their breath and, but we're finding that the guys are staying longer because there's just nothing there for them.
So how many guys are you talking about?
There are, we've got a capacity for 27 in the night shelter. 5 of them were supposed to be more long term, and the 22 were the emergency. But it's basically turning around the other way.
Wow.
Yeah. So 20 to 25. We're full up.
Yeah.
So we need. So it's the social housing,
right?
But it's also the affordable housing that I'm hearing from a lot of what I call middle New Zealand. You know, the working poor who cannot afford to get a foot on the ladder. You know, they are my children are lucky, they're privileged like I am. But, you know, a lot of them on low wages cannot get a foot into the market. They cannot, a lot of them can't afford rentals, let alone some sort of, you know, rent to buy or some sort of option like that. So, in short answer, I think we need something across the whole continuum, but I would be particularly focused on emergency, social and affordable.
All right. Thanks, Lindsay. That's great.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Lindsay. That's the questions, and we're bang on time. So thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Angela.
In 1 week.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and thank you again for Monday afternoon. I know Doug was really chuffed.
Good.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Lindsay.
And if I can just leave you with 3 Swahili words that I learnt climbing Kilimanjaro.
Yes, you do.
Pumoja tunaweza. Pumoja tunaweza. Together we can.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Lindsay.
Thank you.
Right, our next submission, committee members, is number 47. And we have Ian Johnson and Scott Nelson representing Fonterra Limited. So welcome, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
You have got 10 minutes and the bell will ding at 9, indicating there's 1 minute remaining. So when you're ready.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott Nelson. Thank you very much for hosting me and myself and Ian here today. So it was great to see some of you 2 weeks ago, and it's great to be able to present on Fonterra's submission around the draft special housing area policy for Hamilton City. So overall, so hopefully you heard that. So overall, Fonterra supports the development of a policy that will guide SHAs in both appropriate areas and locations and away from inappropriate ones, including heavy industrial areas such as Fonterra Te Rapa. So I've got Ian Johnson here today from Mitchell Dash, who's going to help us with our submission. But firstly, I'd like to take a little opportunity to tell you a little bit more about us and my team at Te Rapa, what we do, and our perspective on the policy. Okay, so on the screen, so I'm not sure if you can see this, but on the screen...
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah,
That's it.
Okay. Okay, so... okay.
We can see here on our little monitors, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so I'll continue. So what you can see on the screens shortly will be in the blue, so you can see the property holdings of Fonterra Te Rapa, including the manufacturing site and associated farm. So the red line indicates our respective boundaries. And just to provide a bit of context, the blue line is the Te Awa cycleway that we were involved in, that goes along the side of the river. And the yellow line indicates State Highway 1. So when we were building this site back in 1967, so 50 years ago this year, it was quite a different operation. We were geographically separated from the city, so much so that we had to have our own village on site to, for our teams to not only build but then operate our site. So the green line extends, shows the extent of the existing urban development in Hamilton, and you can see that's moved considerably closer to our holdings as we've gone through. So there's a slide further on in the pack that gives you these exact details, but I want to talk to this picture. So this is my site. This is Fonterra Te Rapa. It's about home to about 900 employees associated with Te Rapa, its operation, and those associated with Contact Energy, which provides the steam. So in our peak operation, we'll process about 8 million litres of milk and cream into food that goes all around the world. So we're producing food every day that goes into about 100 different markets, and those foods include milk powders, cheese, cream cheese, butter and fats. So it's difficult to put an exact number on the contribution that my site and our team contribute to the local city, but when you take into the broader region, Fonterra in itself contributes a little bit over $2 billion worth of benefits into the local community. So, we're a significant contributor into local operations. So, it was awesome to host the Mayor and councillors through Te Rapa 2 weeks ago. We were able to and excited to show the $20 million of investment that we've currently got underway and is being commissioned today, actually. And, part of why we're able to do that is because of the zoning of the land that we have, the security of our location, and that heavy industrial zone land. So there's a couple of key points that I want to talk to the council today about that. So Te Rapa doesn't operate in isolation. So we receive raw ingredients, so milk and cream and other ingredients from around the region, which heavily relies on the wider regional infrastructure, including rail and our roading networks, and our connection through Interstate Highway 1 is really important in that. We rely on that safe and strategic road access for the other key elements, such as Crawford Street, which is our predominant export hub for the site, but also for other Waikato sites. And the location of the site and the remote location of the site was purposeful. So that heavy industrially zoned land, the lack of sensitive activities nearby, which has obviously changed over time, the proximity to the 1,000 farmer shareholders that provide milk to my team every day. Has allowed us to strategically invest. It's allowed us to recruit and pull in our highly skilled workforce, and we're really proud of the team that works at Te Rapa. But it ultimately will allow us to continue to invest further in terms of other developments. So I'd like to hand over to Ian to talk through the next piece.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a good guy, bad guy routine here. You've heard all the good stuff about the site.
Okay, we look forward to
here's some of the things that we'd like to see changed in the policy. But the first thing is to make it clear that we are supportive of there being a policy. And partly the reason for that is when we're looking at the issue of affordable housing, we're a little unclear because we're not housing market specialists, we're not developers, we're not economists, what the nature of the issue is and where the affordability crisis actually sits at the moment. So therefore we're a little uncertain about what particular areas might do to alleviate that problem. But in terms of land supply as being the solution to it, clearly there's a substantial amount of land around the city already in terms of its potential for housing. And just looking at the slide at the moment, you've got the grey area there, which is the existing built-up area. That's already subject to provisions within the district plan that, to my knowledge, seem to be working pretty well and effectively. They allow development to go down to 150 square metres for apartments. They allow development down to 200 square metres for duplex. They allow townhouses. They allow all sorts of development, any particular size, any particular location within the residential areas. And it seems to me that the market's responding really positively to that. It's delivering good numbers, and the numbers that are in your housing accord seem to be pretty well on track already to be delivered through what your plan is already making provision for. So looking further afield, other areas that might well come on stream, and boundary alterations in the late 80s were specifically designed to bring in additional land for long-term land banking. Rotacowrie, Rotatuna, Peacocks area. Those areas, Rotatuna is now largely built out to the extent that it was brought in. Rotacowrie is just beginning to get off the mark. Things are beginning to happen there. Peacocks it's been held back largely because of infrastructure, but hopefully the decision around the Housing Infrastructure Fund will help to really bring that onto the market, and we can see that there's going to be significant potential there. So all in all, there doesn't seem to be any particular shortage of land available there at all. And of course, since those 1989 boundary changes, there's been the further one down the eastern side of the city that's brought in additional land at Ruakura. So in terms of land supply and what the plan can develop, under the plan provisions, there's significant opportunity. And sitting at the top of the city then, we've got Te Rapa North Industrial Node. And it won't be any surprise from the material that you just heard presented by Scott to know that that area is being identified as a strategic industrial node through every layer of planning, of the planning framework, underpinning its regional significance. So it's not an area that needs to be taken lightly. And our concern, I guess, really is that without amendment to the policy, a more open aspect approach to the development of special housing areas might see this as being a prime area to develop special housing areas. And you've heard submissions already today by proponents wanting to look at particularly at that area. Our case really is that given the extent of opportunities elsewhere in the city, given the nature of those sites and the way that the market is operated within those areas and within the city generally, that there's no need to go to Te Rapa North. So in our view, the policy needs clarifying. It needs to provide a bit more clarity behind it to identify those areas that are appropriate, and we've indicated that those are areas that are best served by community facilities, and to identify areas that are inappropriate. And it would be no surprise to hear from us that we think the Te Rapa North location, specifically in the vicinity of the Te Rapa manufacturing site, is an inappropriate location. So that's the nature of the amendments that we're seeking specifically to the policy. We've suggested that in addition to the locational matters, that there are technical matters that require assessment through the consideration of any areas, and that should also include traffic matters, because obviously the traffic generation that's needed to support special housing areas will have a bearing on the network, and that network has been specifically developed and managed to support strategic industrial nodes. So
okay.
that's
Thank you.
100 mile an hour dash through our summary. Happy
Claire,
to take questions.
Do we have that printout?
You do.
Of them? Just I'd like a copy if you. Yeah, thank you. So that's okay. We'll go to questions, Councillor Southgate. No, it'll go when you. Yeah.
Thank you. I touched it. Good afternoon. You might not be surprised about this question because we've crossed paths many times on this before in respect to future-proof, right? So my question is going to relate to, do you believe that the policy as drafted, I know you've got some amendments and you're putting an additional amendment around transport, I can understand that, but in terms of reverse sensitivity, boundaries, air discharges and those kinds of things that were taken into consideration in defining industrial land in future-proof, is this consistent? I think you seem to be suggesting it might not be as consistent as it should be.
It's not as clear as it could be.
It's not as clear as it could be.
And we're thinking here that the wording in the policy talks about being consistent with regional policy and with the policy strategic planning framework that's in the district plan, and that's great, but someone reading that policy will then know what that means without then investigating all the background documents behind it. So where there's an opportunity to clarify the policy to make certain things as clear as they possibly can in terms of those areas that are favourable and those that are inappropriate, the opportunity should be taken.
So you're not opposing all industrial land being subject to some review. It's on case.
Not at all. Yeah,
case by case.
I mean, the reality is that a lot of the industrial zoned land is legacy industrial land. It's zoned that because that's the way it's always been. And the district plan didn't set out to promote transformational change in every area. It chose certain areas. It chose the central city primarily, and the evidence is that it's working really well in turning things around in the central city. It hasn't tackled industrial land boundaries and those legacy areas, and SHAs perhaps have a role in looking at some of the fringe areas of the industrial areas where there may be opportunity to redefine the boundaries.
Yeah, so that would be done on a case-by-case basis and should be consistent with those hierarchy documents such as future-proof strategy and the regional policy.
And I think many of those will find a more comfortable route through that framework because of where they're located in relation to other things that are within the city already.
Okay, and just final question, so related to that, if new areas that are existing in business land or industrial land at the moment had proper boundary considerations and could demonstrate that they can mitigate against all the reverse sensitivity effects or other effects, then you're not totally imposed to it. You're just saying that at this point in time, you're not confident that that could be achieved close to Fonterra Te Rapa.
That's right. Fonterra Te Rapa and the Te Rapa North Industrial Node has been specifically identified for a future purpose, to be strategically important for the future of the regional economy. A lot of the industrial zone that already exists within the rest of the city, which hasn't been so identified, is because it's legacy areas, and it may be more appropriate now to look at different land use for it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've got 4 minutes left, so just one question, if you will, Councillor Mallett. Thank you.
Thank you, and Paula did a good summary of it. Just to be very clear, your concern is that if there's housing close to you guys, additional traffic, reverse sensitivity in terms of they could complain about the noise coming from Fonterra. Those are your concerns, aren't they? Are those so? Just specifically, what are your concerns?
Yeah, look, the reverse sensitivity one is one of our key concerns. Yep. We do everything we can to mitigate our impacts, yep. But we are a large 24/7 processing operation, and it's impossible to mitigate the visual aspects of that. So, we do our best to mitigate them. So that's our primary concern. Like we say, we support the formation of a policy. We just believe that the Te Rapa North Industrial Area is
inappropriate
for residential.
Okay. I think to add to that, there are quite a number of things that might have effects over a 24-hour period. Yeah. The odd banging and clanking of, say, the stuff on the road network or the rail network, but the difference here is it's not like an airport where the noise is when the aircraft come in and when they go out. This is 24/7 noise, which is continuous for 24/7. So the whole environment around this factory is a permanent set of effects that spill beyond the boundary. You won't see a night sky above Te Rapa because the site itself has a pool of light lighting it as if it was daytime.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for the coconut ice.
Yeah, pleasure. Councillor Mallett. Sorry, you haven't got any.
Thank you. How did you get something we didn't, Councillor Mallett?
No idea. And I queried how that came from a dairy. I said, what's the dairy input into this coconut ice?
Right.
We can, on your return visit, we can help you with that.
That was an
Councillor Bunting.
out-and-out bribe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan, I've got two very quick.
Go.
I'll go fast. First, I was really interested in your slide where you want all new residential dwellings to be built within 1K of an existing school. Is that realistic?
Well, I put that in there following a very quick analysis of the district plan maps, looking at the existing city area and where residential development is. Do any measurement from any part of the residential area, you'll pick up those things.
Okay.
And what you hope to be able to create through special housing area are new housing areas that will be just as inviting, enduring, long-lasting and desirable into the future as the rest of the city.
So that's within 1K of a school, not a school zone? So
school.
With a school, okay. Finally, and thanks for your indulgence, Madam Chair, just if it was written into contracts when one bought a house, if there was a northern area, that you know what you're going to move into. I'm trying to think of the Western Springs example, with the speedway, etc. Would that satisfy you, or?
No, I would say not, right. Because the zoning goes with, or the consent goes with the land, not with the person that's on that piece of land at any one point in time.
I see.
People's attitudes change, and I would suggest that it will be a problem that might well come back to bite council as well, because the first people that people turn to when there's not satisfied with the situation is they'll turn to council.
Yeah, I see. All right. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, and welcome back, Martin, to this table. Just thinking about that, the possibility of a residential area in the Te Rapa North area, when I looked at the map of that area recently, it showed a buffer zone around the Fonterra factory for purposes, I guess, of noise, visual pollution, reverse sensitivity issues, and that buffer zone didn't quite reach Hutchinson's Road, did it? So that's what's contained in the district plan.
Right, within the district plan itself, it zones all of Te Rapa North as being an industrial zone.
Yes, no, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the line that's drawn as which is a bit of a wavy line.
That's the noise control boundary.
Noise control.
Yeah. So that's a boundary that is there that Fonterra has to operate to achieve a noise standard at that boundary.
Yeah.
It's not to say that the effects of the factory won't be felt or heard beyond there, but that's the limit of.
There's also a large shelter belt of trees there, isn't there, between on the north side of Fonterra? There's not more than one.
There's trees within the site that I think are part of the.
There are trees,
site,
and certainly it's very visible. The factory is very visible from Hutchinson Road. You can see all the way through the site. So there has been some trees there in the past. There are some trees there, but from there you can clearly see the factory.
And you talked about the provision of industrial land. Even though it's outside the city, it's within stone's throw. There's the Horatu industrial area itself, which is, there's discussion underway at the moment with Waikato District for that to expand, isn't there?
Yeah, that itself is a strategic industrial node. It was identified under the same sort of process that resulted in Te Rapa North being so identified, but Te Rapa North was specifically identified because of the existing activity within it and the potential to develop additional dairy-related industries around it. So the land that Fonterra owns at Te Rapa Farm on the opposite side of what was the state highway is within the same zoning. It's been held, it was originally purchased as a buffer, but it's now been held with the purposes of developing further dairy-related industry.
And the land that Perry's owns was used primarily as a sand mining operation with a bit of farming, wasn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming with your submission today. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
We appreciate the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, my computer is dying on me and I'm about to throw it on the floor, but I think, Carleen, are you... See, now I don't know who's actually here or not. Do you have the list clear? It's just not... It's not playing... So we've just had Fonterra, so there was someone that had arrived?
Well.
Carleen?
Yes, I said Carleen, is that you? Sarah. Oh, Sarah. Okay, Sarah, come. Sorry, I should have said Well Networks as well, because people change. Welcome, Sarah. Now, councillors, this is submission number 51, and again, it's 10 minutes, so Sarah, the bell will ding at 1, indicating you need to wrap up. Okay?
I have a copy of...
Yep, we'll get that handed out. Thanks. Okay, so when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thanks. So my name is Sarah Brown and I'm an environmental planner for Well Networks. I've worked as a planner for 10 years in the electricity distribution sector and as a consultant. So Well Networks is an electricity distributor operating under the Electricity Act 1992, which owns and operates and develops electricity distribution infrastructure within the Waikato region to provide line function services to over 80,000 customer connections. This includes the distribution of electricity to all residents and businesses within Hamilton City. Well, as a network utility operator, is a network utility operator under the Resource Management Act and has a responsibility of providing a secure and efficient supply of electricity to the community within Well's network distribution area. WELL's network of cables and lines allows every household, business, school, medical facility and other types of consumer to have access to electricity. WELL is generally supportive of the approach and overall content of the draft special housing policy area. The draft special housing policy area will ensure a greater supply of affordable housing within Hamilton, while ensuring that adequate provision and supply of infrastructure is not compromised by such development. However, WELL requests that an amendment is required to ensure that the developer completes all obligations related to electricity reticulation of a subdivision completed under this policy. WELL supports Schedule 1 as included in the draft Hamilton Special Housing Areas Policy and set out in the table, which is included in my submission and in this report that I have here. The infrastructure requirements provided for in Schedule 1 require the developer to actively engage WELL, who will then determine if the development can be serviced with electricity. WELL can then determine the type of infrastructure required for the development and any legal arrangements that need to be completed, such as easements or council negotiations for network utility equipment within the road reserve. This requirement is of particular importance as development becomes concentrated and less space is available for network utility infrastructure underground and above ground, such as transformers and pillar boxes within council administered road reserve. With larger infill developments, WELL may need to secure space within the road reserve to locate network utility equipment to supply the development. In these instances, it is necessary that council and WELL work collaboratively to create a balance between streetscape amenity and the requirement for infrastructure. Furthermore, early engagement will enable WELL to plan for network upgrades where development is likely to become concentrated. So the amendments sought by WELL. So WELL requests an amendment to Schedule 3 of the draft Hamilton Special Housing Policy Area, which will require that clearance is required for non-council infrastructure providers by way of a condition under the subdivision under this policy. And such clearance must accompany an application for 224C. And this would be consistent with the current process for subdivision. So the reasoning for this request is to ensure that the developer fulfills their responsibilities in relation to electricity reticulation to new dwellings or lots, such as easements. So to conclude, WELL generally supports the draft Hamilton Special Housing Areas Policy, subject to an amendment recommended by WELL. Overall, the draft Hamilton Special Housing Areas Policy, subject to the amendment, will ensure that the adequate provision and supply of infrastructure is not compromised by development. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And there's a question from Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks. Just with this collaboration that you're talking about between the council and WELL and your wish, if I'm reading right, for WELL and other network providers to sort of be able to run the rule over any state special housing area application. There's a problem, I'm sort of using a bit of licence here, there's a problem with WELL coming in and digging up roads right at the moment without it being in collaboration fully with the council, and especially not in collaboration with our programs of works. So would you see that working two ways, that collaboration, or just people being able to ask WELL, or does WELL need to, should WELL morally be seeking permission and that from other network providers and from council?
Yes, I definitely think it works both ways, but and there are issues that I think there are focus groups already that talk about these issues. But for the special housing area policy, we will often need to put transformers, larger pieces of equipment, not so much cabling within the road reserves. But we're getting a lot of where council aren't that keen to do that. So we get to a situation where we need to put a transformer in the road reserve, but we're unable to because council are not so happy with that idea. So, and particularly with smaller sites.
Is this retrofitting? Sorry to interrupt you. Is it retrofitting
More
something
for
existing
infill.
or greenfield?
Infill, yeah.
Infill, yeah.
Greenfields are different because usually the developer will set aside areas for transformers, specific sites.
An SHA area will be greenfields by definition.
Yeah.
And so wouldn't you, when someone comes in with an application for an SHA to council, wouldn't you guys say, well, given the load we think we need to distribute in that area, this is approximately where we put and work out something with the developer at that point without, you know, in the greenfield situation? Well, I'm not sure why it would be a problem in a greenfield.
Yes, no, it's definitely no issue, but we're more worried about infill within the city.
Yeah, but that's not the green, this is special housing area policy here that we're dealing with, which is only greenfields.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, sorry, our understanding of it was that development could go
It could go anywhere in the city, but not where they're not going to bowl things to put it up. I mean, there's sorts of places that have been, sorry, it's really getting into discussion there. I'm just not sure why Well's so concerned, because it's not going to existing housing or built up housing or commercial areas.
Okay, no, sorry, our understanding of it was that there was an infill aspect to it, so hence why we were concerned with the infrastructure.
I guess, Madam Chair, if we can put that on the list for later, because it certainly makes sense to make sure that Well has a place for its infrastructure in any SHA area, for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to be one that's going to be a problem.
No, okay.
Just a point of clarification on that. I thought an SHA could occur in a infill situation where there was a sizable, there was a reasonably sizable piece of land that might have been, you know, a parks and reserve or something like that, where there might be a degree of retrofitting required just to house that, the extra electricity or extra services that were required for that. So maybe perhaps if we could just refer that back to the staff just to get clarification. Well, getting a nod over there.
But that can go into the land that the SHA buildings are going into, like in here.
Yeah, it could do, yeah.
Just to clarify, SHA is going to go greenfield and
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear you, or maybe it's the accent. Sorry. What?
They can occur in both greenfield and infill areas.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. What's your definition of infill then? I mean, well, okay. Take this example. This is an existing, the one that was given to us before around Gilbass. It's an existing residential area. It's in the. Yeah. So this is exactly what I mean. That is actually greenfield. I'm not speaking planner speak here. I'm speaking normal English, and it's greenfield. Though some of it's actually brown, but it's actually greenfield. There's no. Well, it is. In normal English, it is. So this is the problem with dealing with planners.
But could I just continue?
We'll hold that for the list. But I'll just make sure Councillor McPherson has finished his questions.
Yeah, I'm talking about areas where there are no buildings on them at the moment.
Yeah. Okay.
But could I just direct that then to Sarah, that, you know, could some retrofitting be required, even if it is a Gilbass Avenue type, given that it might be preferable for you to have the services, the supply of the services in an already existing area? You know, it may be just appropriate in terms of a cost analysis to upgrade an existing transformer or whatever you use to bring the power in. That might require a retrofit, say in the existing housing area in order to feed that infill, or as Councillor McPherson refers to, what he regards as a greenfield site.
Yeah, absolutely. That's quite a technical question, but I think that depending on, for this area, for example, I think the infrastructure might be quite old and might need significant upgrades. So it could be that it would need, not just within the vicinity of
where the
surrounding sites might need to be upgraded as well to cope with that. But yeah, definitely.
So in effect, your challenges can be, as you've outlined in your submission. Thank you.
There's a follow-on effect, I guess. Yeah.
All right, great. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you for your submission. Okay, our last submitter is driving back from Matamata, so my device has told me now.
Skype her in.
So she's hoping to be here at 3:15 or 3:30. She's up for 3:20, so we'll take a break until, and that's Anna Casey Cox, so we'll take a break until she arrives. Thank you.
She'll be on a bike, won't she?
Yeah, it'll take a while.
Or a skateboard, perhaps.
Hi Anna. Hope you had a good drive from out of town. All right, you're last up. Committee members will get going again. Last submission for the day is submission number 17. And that's familiar faces at the table. So you've got 10 minutes, so we're in your hands.
Atua nui e nā Waikato, he mihi nui ki nā mana whenua o tēnei rohi, Ngāti Wairere, he mihi nui ki te rangatira o tēnei rohi Kingi Tuheitia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to begin with an acknowledgement of mana whenua and the rangatira of this area of Tainui Waka. A lack of housing in Hamilton affects our most vulnerable communities, and I just wanted to acknowledge that people have been, systematically made vulnerable, and we need to remember that when we're talking about our approaches to improving the situation of housing in our community. I was at a community Waikato conference yesterday, and Dr. Hirini Ka talked there about the values of manaakitanga, and he talked about radical generosity and the idea that that's really important to let that value guide us in terms of the kind of society we wanted to create. So that community Waikato conference is going on at the moment, so there'll be there was lots of talk yesterday about the importance of today at council and the importance of an approach to housing in our city which is comprehensive, and I know Lindsay talked earlier today, so I just want to tautoko what he said in support of looking at what Wellington has achieved in terms of the Mayor's task force down there and how they've approached housing very comprehensively. So this special housing area is only kind of one aspect, I guess, or one part of the picture, and it would be really neat to see something more comprehensive done like Wellington has been able to achieve. In terms of poverty action, in our perspective, I mean, we've always campaigned against the sale of state housing, against the sale of publicly owned housing, because we really believe that over the last 30 years, in particular in New Zealand, with the neoliberal approach to just about everything, there has been this dominant idea of markets will save us and markets will achieve everything that we need to achieve. And we just don't see that playing out. We know that inequality is huge in New Zealand now, and we know that it's actually the #1 election issue, so people are really concerned about it. And that way of operating, that ideology of neoliberalism, has actually led us down a lot. So that's been our perspective for a long time, and we will continue to hold it, really, and value publicly owned state housing. And in terms of that, in the pensioner housing that was sold off by Hamilton City Council, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was a promise that that money would be reinvested into housing, or at least into social issues, but I thought it was housing, and we haven't seen that. So I'd really like to encourage Council to think about that money that was derived from the sale of pensioner housing, and to reinvest that into emergency and temporary accommodation in our city. I want to highlight a story from the Waikato Women's Refuge that was shared with us recently. Over the past 3 months, have had about 68 women come into their services, I understand, and 28 of them have been forced to go back to the violent relationships that they fled. Now, that's because of a lack of affordable housing in Hamilton, because of a lack of options, and that is a hugely concerning reflection, I think, from them. In terms of the special housing area policy, I guess in terms of this, and it going ahead, the rules need to be solid, and they need to be set to achieve the goal of affordable housing. So from our perspective, it's really important that the private developers involved in this work are required to work with the social housing providers and social service sector, because it's that sector that understands the needs of the community, and I just think that you've got that in your policy as an idea, and I think it's really important that that's followed through on. And in terms of, I guess, housing affordability needs to be considered holistically, and we draw on the work of Professor Philippa Howden-Chapman in suggesting that, because she talks about looking at how houses are built, because ultimately a more environmentally friendly house is going to be more affordable in the long term, because the costs of heating it are less. A house that's next to or accessible to public transport is more affordable, because transport is a huge issue for our poorer communities. And then the other aspect of the social housing or the policy that you've put forward, the draft policy, is that there's a sentence in there about possibly creating a legal way of ensuring that the houses are retained as affordable housing, but there's no real description of what that might look like. And I think that legal mechanism is probably really important, because I can't understand how the affordable housing is going to be retained without it. And Philippa Howden-Chapman talks about the experience of Waimahia in South Auckland, and that is a housing project which involved a government grant, and affordable new housing was built by a consortium. The first stage of those houses was sold on the open market, but she says that they already have been resold at a greater price than the prices set by the consortium. So it's how is that affordable housing that is potentially part of these special housing areas, how is that going to be retained without some kind of rule or mechanism to protect it? So just really want to encourage the Council, we don't have any of those legal expertise, but encourage the Council to think about what that mechanism could be, so that that's protected going forward. And we certainly also request that the Council develops a monitoring mechanism, so that the community is informed about how well this approach is working. Like, if it's a direction that the Council is going to take in terms of creating these housing areas, we need to know it's working. We need to know that it's actually meeting the needs of our community, because as the Women's Refuge has reflected, and as we know by our homelessness stats and such, there are lots of, it's really, really important that we achieve affordable housing in our community. So that's it from us, I think, unless you've got anything else.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks, Anna. We'll go to questions. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Anna, and thanks, Rose.
Yeah.
Present today. Do you have any suggestions on how we can get developers to work with council and the social housing providers. You know, when I say this in line with, you know, we have got some developers in the city like Andrew Yeoman and John Webb out at Ruakura who are building sort of higher density, lower cost houses. How do we enhance that? And do you think that the likes of what Andrew and John are building are in fact meeting people seeking to get into homes at a much lower than the prices that appear to be falling out of Rototuna and so forth at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think there's a kind of a disconnect between these two worlds. I don't know the developers in Hamilton, and I don't think the social service sector does either. So in terms of asking us how we work with them, we don't know who they are. So that's not, you know, we don't really have any good suggestions around that, apart from that this policy and your line in there about that requirement is something that they would have to adhere to when they're undertaking a special housing area development.
Well, I guess they could at the outset, and I don't want to get into a discussion on this, but
yeah.
They could. The next step, of course, becomes when those people buy those houses, we've got no control over what they then sell them for.
Well, so and in terms of that is the issue, isn't it? Like, otherwise, what is this?
I mean,
yeah.
Then we fall back onto the state saying, you know, should they be state, what we used to know as state houses, where central government then continue the ownership and therefore continue to have some ability to control the people who go into those houses.
That 20% of the houses that you've suggested might be affordable in that development could be owned collectively. They could be owned by the state. They could be owned by a social housing provider, and that's the way of doing it. They could be owned by council.
Yeah. Yeah, there are. Do I turn this
Just
on?
push
Oh, yeah.
there.
There are some issues with high density housing and families living in them, such as access for children and safety when cars and people all have to use the same driveway, and you know, some of those issues that I think can compromise the health and well-being or the sort of physical activity aspect of accessibility to those housing areas when they become quite dense. So I think it's
so one tick often follows with a cross somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like working out that balance between accessibility and easy access, all of those things with the needs of the everyday needs of the people who live there, and how we manage that while at the same time valuing that, realising that we no longer live in a quarter acre, whatever, paradise, pavlova paradise actually, and we don't want to constantly be creeping into the horticultural, agricultural environments. So we don't want to constantly expand, I don't think, the city boundaries. We need to use what we have within the city well, so that we maintain full land use to feed the city even, so that we're not having to then look at transporting our food for hundreds of kilometres to, so there's all sorts of balances. So, yeah, I don't know whether that answers your question.
Do you think, though, given that the central government's asked councils to set up special housing areas, there's a little bit of a cop-out by central government to say, well, we don't want to be responsible for it. We think it should be channeled down through to the councils and leave them to sort it out with their communities, rather than the central government model, which of course in the 1950s and 60s was around state housing, wasn't it?
Our perspective is that the government at the moment has completely copped out on housing, because that's why we're facing what we've got at the moment. So as I said before, and we always have advocated for state housing, we think publicly owned housing is absolutely imperative to the well-being of our nation, really. So they have copped out on housing. The special housing areas, I mean, very cynically, we just think it's potentially a developer's dream. But, council in this policy, at least you're considering how best to take it forward and the ways, the mechanisms that are available to you to ensure that if this does happen, that it has the best potential possible to actually deliver affordable housing. And that's why I'm interested in this idea of a legal mechanism that does protect that percentage of housing that will be so-called affordable. I mean, there's a lot of things that aren't defined. You know, what is affordable from the council's perspective? What is a social housing provider? Well, they're registered, but yeah, there's a few things in there that just could do with a bit more thought as to what you actually mean when you say affordable.
Okay. And there's a degree of irony in setting up a special housing area when, in actual fact, a few years ago, we understood the pressure to sell the housing that Hamilton City owned had come through from central government. So on the one hand, they're saying, sell your publicly owned assets, and on the other hand, they're saying now you provide special housing areas. And I know it's too late, and around this table you collectively decided to make that decision to sell against our better judgment. But and you know, it just defies, it kind of beggars belief.
Okay.
That this situation has arisen.
We'll just keep to questions and answers because Councillor Henry, you're next.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. And then Rose, look, I just have a question. Talking again about affordable housing, have you seen what the Runanga has done with their housing? I mean, they, from what I understand, I only know a little bit, but from what I understand, that they also have some clauses in there that they're not allowed to sell it for so many years, and if they sell it, they have to sell it back to the Runanga and things like that. Would that be something that you think would be a really good model as well, or to have as part of
yeah,
that,
so
that special
they've
housing?
set that up in their own development, their own rules to, So I guess, and that was the experience that I think that Philippa Howden-Chapman was reflecting that happened in South Auckland. My understanding now is that group does not sell any of their housing to property developers, because I think that's what happened. They got bought and sold on by property developers. So I guess there's some things you can put in place, but the special housing area itself isn't managed by the developers. I don't know how. Who's managing them as such. So Runanga is managing that development. I understand that, but a special housing area isn't. It's not necessarily one developer that's managing it. I don't know. These are the things I guess that this policy is. Partly to determine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Just three quick questions from me. I'm racking my brain because I usually don't forget these things, but your organisation was part of a housing strategy.
Yes.
That, if I'm recalling right, we were a partner to, and that strategy was supposed to be developed. I believe the Deputy Mayor was on the group with the former Mayor. I don't think that plan ever came to us, did it, Anna?
No, it didn't come to us either.
I was right. Okay, all right. I'm going to follow that up offline if
That'd
I can, because I know there are a couple of other members interested in that.
Cool. That'd be good.
You mentioned, or as you know, we're a very late comer to the Housing Accord, and you mentioned in your written submission that it's unknown to you whether Auckland actually delivered affordable housing. Are there and I've also tried to look for that information myself, are there any cities that signed up to the Accord that are several years in advance of us that actually did deliver affordable housing that you know of?
Sorry, no, I don't know. No. I know Auckland it doesn't appear to have it been effective up there, but I think there's a report coming out soon, possibly, on that. I think I read that somewhere. Okay. On the Auckland's Accord.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you'd be aware of the government's measure of multiplying the household income by 6.8, which in Hamilton works out at a house price of $469,000. In your experience and the people that you work with, is that affordable?
No.
So what price bracket, I know that's a bit of a general question, but what price bracket would be affordable, do you think? I know that's a tough question to, it's a
Well, I
subjective
would
question.
think you'd be looking at somewhere between 2 and 3,500,000 rather than 4 to 500,000. To be honest, if wages.
Yes,
have
I understand all the
certainly
drivers.
not increased in any way that would mean that even on a living wage you would barely afford to be having paying off a mortgage on a $300,000 to $400,000 home.
Do you would it be information that you would be able to? It would certainly help me. If in the work that you do out in the community that you could do a little bit of work, might be anecdotal, to actually come up with what you think would be affordable, people actually on the ground. Is that
and
something
this
you could do?
Purchasing a house. This is not rent you're talking about. Yeah.
Is that something that you feel you'd be in the position to help us with at some point? Yeah.
There are ideas of trusts that can be set up and then rent, or rent to buy. There's some sort of options like that.
Is that something you could help
I think
advise on?
The Salvation Army I would recommend too in terms of that work.
Okay.
Like we draw a lot of our statistical information, I guess, from them, and Alan Johnson would be really good on that. So that's probably over us. I would recommend someone like that.
Okay, I'll do that then, because I think that's certainly missing from the conversation, and we are, this comes to us for Coast Council at the 24th of August, and we're needing to make some decisions. So that would be helpful. Councillor Southgate.
Thank you. I'm not sure if mine hasn't been picked up. It's just listening to that, and Dave. No, so that's okay. I think what we've got to is I was also going to ask that there are. I mean, building a house for $230 etc. is going to be quite a challenge in today's market. But also providing affordable renting or lease to buy or those other kinds of ownership models. We need to get our head around that. That's wondering whether you've got some ability to help in that respect.
Like going back to what we said before about the Wellington's approach, I think actually, and Angela, you've mentioned the plan, I really think that in that process and doing it collaboratively with all of the stakeholders involved in this, developers included, because we don't know them, so building those relationships between so that we all have a sense of the current picture of housing in Hamilton, and then we can, figure out from there too, with the social service sector, who, is broader than us, obviously, what the realities are out there and what people, actually how people want to be housed. We don't talk about that very much. And the co-housing, I know you've had a number of submissions on that idea. And I think we've got an issue around an ageing population, which is really significant. So we need to have those broader conversations.
Yeah. And are you suggesting? Sorry, that's fine. Are you suggesting that to undertake that work prior to finalising the detail of the policy would be the ideal solution, which is pretty much what we heard from Lindsay Cumberpatch.
That makes sense to me. Yeah.
And that sort of, if the council took the time, that could be done readily. Quite quickly, that conversation could be had quite quickly. It's not like a year or months in the development. It's a conversation, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
And there's already been some work done. This Hamilton Housing Plan, I think, was what it was called. So it's finding that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'd be very interested in that.
I'll chase that one. It's on the list. Once it gets on my list, that's it. It stays there. Okay, look, thank you very much, and thank you for rushing over from Matamata and coming to talk to us today. It was very helpful.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, right. So this next part, as we've done in the... Oh, sure. Yes, of course. Oh, yes, it's 10 to 4. All right. Back in 5. Out for his cup of tea. I said I don't think Dave went out for his cup of tea. Yep. I will be well and yes, we'll be well and truly done in 10 minutes. Not even that, actually 5. Okay, we'll get going again. So we're only sort of 5 minutes away really with a wrap up from ending. So Paul, you're up at the table now. Now, just a reminder, committee, this is not time for debate or substantive discussion on the issues. We can take questions from, we'll give questions from staff on the analysis report, and then we'll do the round table of a list of things that you want to see back in the deliberations report, and I've captured some of those for you, hopefully, and we have had staff sitting here all day doing notes, so whatever our list is for you to bring back, probably you'll have captured it all. So a reminder, we're not discussing the substantive issue. So our report is on page 11 and we'll take it as read. Is there any questions on the actual report? Possibly not. Oh yes, sorry, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, I've got some questions, and and they may be, I hope they're not comments, but I'd like them to be questions.
Make sure they're not.
and I guess I'm just going to ask whether or not if I've misread them, or whether the staff could take into account when they prepare the report for the 24th of August.
Yep.
So if they sound like comments, it's not intended, but I'd like to get them clarified in your report for the 24th. And the first is my reading of the SHAs is that council is one of the parties to the SHA in the sense that we will probably become the enabler. So could I just get some clarity in your report that will be that if that is not the case, perhaps you could spell it out in the report as to, because there was a sense of a number of comments today, not really suggesting where council should go in terms of getting alongside the trusts or the groups who wanted to set up housing, but more along the lines of, perhaps I got the sense that they thought council should have a much more active role.
Yeah.
And I just would like to get some clarity around the fact that I understood that our major role was the enabler, that we could pick a piece of land, such as the Hutchinson's land, which is currently industrial, and if it suits for an SHA, then we could move as quickly as we could to get that change from being industrial to residential.
So yes.
And so our role in the whole scheme of things is to become the enabler to get that done, so that then Mr. and Mrs. Hutchinson can then go ahead and do what they need to do in order to get those sections ready for sale in terms of their development.
So in bringing that back, the report, then obviously the clarity around our role within that policy, but as well I think also Councillor Pascoe is asking for and perhaps it sits outside the policy. I mean, we could partner at any time with any social housing provider. So just some commentary around that as well, because you're right, a lot of submitters raised that today and possibly expectations of partnerships with council in the future, especially around co-housing and things like that. So policy wouldn't, you'll bring this back, but comment whether the policy would actually restrict that as well, but I don't think that would be
and I
the
guess
case.
I'm looking for making sure that the inference in the SHA is that council is not being expected to be, from government, that council is not expected to become a partner in the whole development. And if so, then I think we need to be quite clear as to where that might start and finish. And the only other question I've got is, I thought the Mr. and Mrs. Hutchinson's submission was very, very good. It had a lot of detail in it, a lot of questions, and so I'd really like some analysis of that into not line by line, but perhaps addressing some of the issues that they have raised in their submission that will flow through to that report on the 24th.
Great, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for others to give a list, I've captured a couple of things that I'd like answered within that deliberations report. Thomas Gibbons raised through the Property Council his submission his concerns around how we will manage urban design. So I just need to understand, I mean, the Property Council submission was saying we don't really want it in there, but I'd like to understand how we will actually manage it. We don't have an urban design panel anymore. You know, is that going to be subjectively evaluated by staff, etc.? So I'd like that information to come back.
Yep, sure.
The Fonterra submission, I'd like to understand a little bit of commentary around. Hang on, big change from a district. Around the impact of, because I mean they were talking about the impacts that their activity would have on surrounding industrial land that may be converted to a special housing area. So just kind of like to understand the actual risk of a development and how many developments or potential industrial land around them could be converted, if that's possible. Dave, do you want to pick up the electricity concern? I've noted it down here, but
my concern with the Well submission was that they want us to give them the right to veto, literally, or to demand access right across the city anywhere. And I have no problems with them doing that in what I call a green fields area, i.e. an area where there's green fields and no houses or commercial buildings. Because, you know, and the example on the map that I gave them was the same example that, who bought it, from Gilbass Avenue area? Whoever bought that. Yeah, that's Tony McLaughlin's example, which is quite good because
Foster's,
that's if that causes an expansion of need in the load need as far as electricity goes, then I would see us saying, yep, go for it, work out a place within that oblong of grass before you put up the houses where your little bit of infrastructure can go, rather than, no, we're going to have it down the road on you know, Remington Ave or somewhere nearby, and we're going to demand this corner or that bit of road reserve for it. And that's, I don't think we should have anything in our policy that says anything about areas that they're not actually putting the SHA houses into.
Okay, so that's clear what information we'd like back on that one?
Yep.
Yep, great. I'll just continue with my list. I'd like to understand our reasons for, now who was it, Foster Develop raised the issue of us having, they want to be able to come to us at any time with an application for a development. I'd like to understand why we are proposing in the policy, maybe it might be a couple of times a year. I guess I'm assuming that's going to be a resource thing, but I'd like to understand the reasons why and actually how on the ground you think it is going to run in the building.
That could be a very important one. I'd like to add to that we in fact almost put it in a way as why could there not be a continuously running policy like there is for other for building applications or subdivision applications.
I think that was all that I captured. Also a little bit more, a little bit of comment, well actually quite a bit of comment on actually how, or if our policy does actually allow for co-housing in a special housing area. I'm kind of a top of my head assuming it does, but I'd just like some comment around that because that was raised by certainly the morning's submitters. So I think that's all that I had on my list. So Councillor Henry, you had some stuff on your list or questions of the analysis report?
Yeah, I have got. Well, the Perry Foundation said, why can't we do things better, quicker? So it's just a question of
yeah, why can't we do things quicker? Especially, we have urgency now. It is about urgency in a way, isn't it? That's how I hear it all the time. That's what
you're wanting to understand from the deliberations report, perhaps even an example of how it would work and how quickly we could move.
I mean, the Husher Act, the whole purpose is to fast track.
It is.
It is.
So perhaps just an example of
time
frames.
Time frames.
Yes, that would be great to understand that. Yeah.
Because I mean, he showed in the diagram the slow track with the red, and then the green one, the faster track. So.
Sure.
You asked a question, you said the purpose of the Act was fast tracking. Can you actually read us what the purpose of the Act is out of the Act, please? Because that's not what I read the Act.
But no, look, this is, we need to do the roundtable list. We can't get into substantive discussion. We haven't publicly notified the meeting of that. The public of that's what this meeting is about.
No,
so
it's a misunderstanding. This group here should all have a copy of the Act in front of us right now. I mean, it's serious
that's up to each member, though, with respect to me, Andrew, to either have or have not at this point in time.
Hang on. We're sitting here today.
Yes, I know why
talking
we're
about
here today.
the Act, and none of us, not one person in this room, has got a copy of the Act in front of them.
No. Sorry, me, Andrew. Actually, I do on my laptop, and I'm very familiar with the Act. So, again, we cannot get into discussion or deliberations today.
My concern is that the staff member just quoted the purpose of the Act. He hasn't got a copy of the Act in front of him, and that's not what the Act says. So that's not accurate information. That's what I'm saying.
I was just responding to Councillor Henry's question that does the Act allow faster track consideration
You said
of
the purpose of the
development?
Act.
And I said it does.
And it's not the purpose of the Act. The purpose of the Act, it doesn't talk about that.
I was responding to Councillor Henry's question.
So let's carry on with Councillor Henry. So do you have anything else for the list?
Yeah, just one more thing is about why, there was another question, why do we reinvent the wheel? So can we compare some of the things we're doing here with Tauranga so we don't have to do double up that what they've already done ahead of us? So if there's some things that we could do
So you're wanting
better.
some comparisons in the policy? From comparing our policy, just some key points?
Sure.
Yes, just
I mean, we've been speaking with Tauranga for the last 6 months. And comparing what they do and speaking to the officers there. So.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
Is that all, Councillor? Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Southgate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. Firstly, around the questions raised around zones that had other than residential status in the district plan, the business zone, industrial land and so on. Is there any information that could be brought to us, not today, but of course, around the yield we could get from unlocking some of those areas? No, maybe not all, but is there, what is the potential sitting in those areas that are currently not easily identified in the plan? Secondly, that's the same thing about the bias towards zones already zoned residential. But how are we, I just want to, this is a very broad scale thing, because these are in no particular order, just as I've wrote the notes, so excuse me, they're a bit over the place. How we are able to be both on the one hand permissive, while ensuring some base level outcomes that the Act calls for. I'd like to really be able to see how that's being achieved on both scores when we come to have a conversation about it. I'd like to understand more about the halo effect from Auckland versus the need for locals to access the housing market, what that would be look like, and what the potential solutions would be, because I'd like to think the special housing areas do more than accommodate Auckland's overflow, but they actually provide sort of long-term living arrangements for people in this area, some of those that are locked out presently. Thirdly, I should say, there was lots of comment around stepping back for a second and having conversation with the likes of MSD and community housing and sectors and some of the philanthropics that are involved in other types of housing provision. Have we got time for a you know, I understand the urgency of this and I don't want to hold it up for 6 months. Have we got time to get some targeted feedback from those sectors? And then the last one, second one, yep, 2 more. How we incorporate the best practice aspects of other areas that have already started down this track and or are doing housing under different models, including the Wellington one that we saw, which was a very well set out document to read. It was nice and easy. Christchurch, some of the Auckland developments, how we could build off what works and avoid what doesn't, because quite clearly some of the housing areas in Auckland haven't been as successful as they may have wished, or as pleasant as they might have wished for in the end as well. And last one, yes, just in terms of, 2 more, sorry, how we define affordable, having some better understanding, because I think some of the submitters raised a good point around the definition of affordable. I'm sitting here with an understanding of what I believe affordability means, and I imagine if we went around all of our members, there'd be differences within that, and so I'd like to kind of work from a base of a definition that we are, you know. And the last thing is the social housing money was referred to, and it's before my time, and I don't want to go over history, but if there is some money that came in from social housing and the second lot that just recently came in or was coming in, where did this go? What was the purpose of the money? How could it be used to assist us in developing these networks? And I think that's along the same lines as the question you've got, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah.
So, you know, because I don't really know enough about it, so put me in the picture there, please. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Southwark, can I just check the, you said something about targeted feedback from social agencies. Are you wanting something that's more from their submission points?
Or no, I think they made it quite clear. A couple of submitters today, 3 I think, made it quite clear that they would like us. One went as far as saying step back, work in tandem with these people, have an approach similar to Wellington. I'm of the mind that there is some urgency about this.
Yeah.
I don't want to slow it up too much, but is there a touchstone point in between where we can get a steer from those agencies?
A steer for what?
For a steer for answering the... Pardon?
A steer for the policy?
For the policy. It's got to be policy specific, but it's in terms of how it meets that overall suite of housing need for the community. They had some ideas about the range and type of housing that needs to be provided, and they hold some data that other than just plain economic data and housing trends, they hold some social data and other things. You referred to it, Angela.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Because I'm unclear,
Can I just be clear? And it's the mayoral form document from Wellington. We just have to be very careful. We're confined by what we can do under the Hasher Act and what we've signed under the Housing Accord. And certainly a mayoral forum on housing or a separate housing strategy is where you probably explore some of those social issues that have come out in Wellington.
You can put that commentary in the report.
Sure. I'm not suggesting
we can have the discussion at that time.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
And what I was leading to, Madam Chair, you said you didn't quite understand it, is you recall asking Anna yourself and a number of those social providers, and they mentioned that. Salvation Army, was it Salvation Army?
Yes, it was.
So that kind of thing will help me too, in the same way that I think you expressed it would help you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Thanks, Madam Chair. A number of mine have been mentioned already. I just want to emphasise for me, my understanding of the special housing areas was that it was going to help us fast-track new housing. And I'm just getting the sense that we seem to be cluttering things up with complexities a bit, and I'm worried that it's not going to be the speedy sort of model that we were talking about at the start. I'm sure that when Nick Smith came here in December, he was talking about creating housing areas not just from residential but from non-residential, from industrial areas and commercial. And I'm a little worried that we're possibly going to make it too hard for people, or we are making it too complicated for people who aren't in residential areas. And I think we need to find a way of if there is assessment that needs to be done, and I'm sure there is, it needs to be really quickly done, and some very quick way that can be handled.
So that sounds like debate.
No. I'm just saying
in terms of
that's
information
the
that you
question
want
in my
back.
mind. What impediments are we putting up?
Yep.
And in my view, they need to be sorted out. Secondly, what other complexities are we adding to this? A number of submitters talked about wanting the ability to come to us as and when required. Paul and I talked a little bit about that. So I'm thinking, how can we ensure that we're open to them and that we can move on their time frame?
Yeah.
I'm concerned that we may have other limitations in the plan, such as I think there was a minimum need for 10 houses. I'm not sure why that needs to be there. There's probably a good reason, but I just need to be reminded about that. Is it necessary? I am beginning to have some doubts about us putting in that 20% criteria for smaller houses, 20%. I'm beginning to wonder if that's the wrong lever to achieve that, and I'm just wondering, I'm thinking it's not going to achieve it myself at this rate. I don't want to lapse into debate, but to me, and it's maybe a more political thing than something you guys can talk more about. So those are my concerns there.
That's your list, yep, great.
Is there anything else? No, I mean, I am interested in the social area as well in terms of partnerships. Very strong theme coming through there, and I'd like to investigate how we go about doing that, but that's covering old ground. But for me, it's a speed. How can we make this a quick fix thing so that we've got people who are out of residential areas and that they can just get on with it? That's a big thing.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I just wonder, just following on from that, if we can also have some information on the number of social housing complexes in the city at a point in time. I know we've certainly done many reports with numbers, so that hopefully should be an easy grab from some document somewhere, because that might help set a bit of a framework and context for our policy setting as well. Mayor Andrew.
I want to ask the question, I want you to come back to ask why we even need a policy. And that's where we're trying to get innovative thinking, and as soon as you have a policy you start restricting the innovative thinking. So I just want you to come back and answer that question. I also want this table, I'd also like to know that this table, that elected members are going to see every single offer, and this table here, elected members are going to assess every offer, everyone who applies, and this table will make the decision on whether to go further or not with. I'm asking that your report covers off staff discounting and sidelining offers and innovative ideas that come through before this table gets a chance to actually look at them and decide whether this table of elected members think it's on or not. So we don't want screening pre this table looking at them. I just want you to answer those questions when you come back. Yeah, sure. So why there's a policy and who's going to actually do the assessment, and where elected members fit into that process.
Yeah, I mean that's set out in the policy as we've notified.
It's in the policy,
so staff look at proposals and recommend them to this council for consideration.
So it'd be good to understand actually how governance fits in though, and whether there's any, I think where Mayor Andrew's going is whether there's any suggestion of filtering prior to that. So and it's also understanding actually the timeline as well. It's all of that.
This is...
if we go ahead with it. Okay?
Well, no, Angela, it's not what I was asking. The policy is setting out a very different process than what the Act sets out. I'm asking you to go back to the Act. Okay?
Oh, I'll have to disagree with you there.
Well, it's not really your place to disagree.
No.
I'm just informing you of the policy.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
I do not think a staff member should be starting an argument with the mayor or any other elected member if they've asked for something to go on the list. That's it. They don't have to.
And I will come back and outline the process.
Understand. The time to answer the questions is in the deliberations report. Thank you. Yeah. So, what? Anything else on them, Andrew?
No, that's.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. So that's a bit of a list. Oh, sorry.
Around the table?
Oh, I was just going on. Oh, sorry. There you are. Councillor
I thought you were doing nicely round the table.
No, I'm just going on this, but I see
you just
there.
want to miss out the three old men.
No.
And Martin.
No. Okay.
Okay. Hey, look, firstly, agree with all of Jeff's points. And on the process timeline, I do think there's a cluttering up that appears to be happening, and I'd like to understand that, whether we have to be that prescriptive about the process, which seems to be the case. I'd like to see a deadline put on the processing, and I think 20 working days is a good start pitch, but I don't know what there may be some technical things that make the difficult. I'd like to know them. I mean, we had a submitter say to us they want to start their thing in October, and while we shouldn't be deciding in the policy whether they can start in October, and I think we should be able to give them a decision that says yes or no by then. So whether our process can do that. We've had the discussion about the elected members. With Fonterra, I'd like to understand from a current district plan situation what their buffers are around there that are part of the district plan, and if there are any other legal buffers. Like, I know there's a noise one, but I don't know about any others, and because I think that may be important when it comes down to decision making with that particular area, since we may have competing things happening up there. And I note, I want it future-proof looked at there, because it says, while these are the indicative industrial areas, and district plans have got them more than indicative, as far as future-proof goes, they can be swapped for other ones within the vicinity. Yeah. And, you know, whether it's forcing us to be hard, ability to look at something like Perry's and say, well, if we're getting other industrial land over there, that itself is not an argument against this one becoming an SHA. So I'd like some information around that. The 20% thing, I share some doubts about whether that is best applied to every individual application. I certainly support that outcome, but does it have to be within every single individual SHA? Could it not be that over a year we expect to have so many hundred SHA units approved, and 20% of them will be, because it may be in one area, take around Gallagher's land down there, you may get a lot of there, or it may be because a trust is setting up to run it. The whole thing is so, and then you don't have to worry about two of the others having none within it. So I want to know whether we could have that way of looking at the 20% or whatever percentage we come up with. And yeah, that was it. Thanks.
That was on your list. Okay, so anyone else got anything on a list?
A couple more things. I just need you to cover off that the Act takes precedence and the policy, whichever we decide to go with, over the RPS and the district plan, and that it's laid out very clearly, because that's the purpose of one of the purposes of the Act in the first place.
Just that one, Andrew?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Tooman?
Yeah, probably won't go to, pardon me. Probably won't go to get done by the 24th. But a couple of submitters, there was Dick Green from Habitat and Lindsay Cumberpatch from D.V. Bryant Trust. They were both fairly enthusiastic about getting developers and council and everybody else sort of talking to each other, so we can actually get some progress in a united sort of approach.
So you want some...
So if we could sort of just make a note that it's not going to happen before the 24th, I realise that, but there's probably a whole lot of good ideas out there. The other one is with Fonterra, I thought it was a little bit sort of a selfish sort of attitude which they had with their 250 metre clear zone, I think it is. Well, Dave's already mentioned it, but they were just about taking the ferry development, I'd say. So I think we need to probably have a look at that part. It's quite obvious that one.
I think that was Councillor Tooman. I think that's captured in a couple of other elected members' lists. So yeah, good point.
That's right.
All right, Mayor Andrew again.
Can we mitigate the? Can you report back on how we can mitigate the risk by putting something on the title, or saying that anything that goes in that area has to have triple glazing for noise and that type of thing? If you can bring back some advice around those matters, other ways of getting around it, where the people who are building inside that zone that Fonterra want protected, is there another way that we can tag the property titles and also go further than what our rules would normally say with double glazing and go to triple glazing or something like that on everything that gets built in that area that Fonterra is talking about? So if you can just report back on that. And the other thing, just to clarify further on what Jeff Taylor was asking, just to ensure that, that hopefully I'm on the same wavelength as Jeff, is that you remove or you look at removing the zoning hierarchy from the policy, so that a piece of industrial land will be considered at the same level as, say, a piece of residential land that wants to go up to high density residential, and that's even, I mean, I'm never going to agree with this, but that there's nothing prohibited, so even a park could be considered, so that there's no hierarchy whatsoever in the policy, so that it's up to whoever's assessing to assess on the merits of what's being offered rather than the existing zoning of the land.
Yep, certainly. I mean, the Schedule 3 sets out those exceptions, so the business and the residential and industrial is all for consideration.
Yeah, okay, so, yep. Is that all, Mayor Andrew, for your list?
Yes, thank you.
And that's everyone, I think. All right, thank you. Look, that was a long day, but I think it was really helpful, and I appreciate everybody's time. Oh, we need to accept the report on page 11. I've just, thanks, Councillor Pascoe, I've just added a B, which is we should always have on these, that the deliberation report be considered at the 24th August 2017 council meeting. Oh, it is up there. Oh, great. So I've asked actually for that to be on all of the reports, not just that we receive them. So that's been moved by Councillor Tooman. Councillor Pascoe, seconded by Councillor Tooman. Any debate? All those in favour? Are there any against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Right. Oh. Yeah. I get the easy part. Deliberations is the hard. That's the hard part.